this eventually created wealth. When I came in as chairman, I was hoping that in the Global Innovation Index, at the time we were around number 90 out of 150 or so countries. And I actually promised myself that by the time I leave, we'll be around number 50. But now we have dropped, we have improved actually. Now we are around we came to number 78, 77 at one time, but again we were bumped back last year to 86. This year we are at number 85. What does that mean, really, that Global Innovation Index? It looks at countries and how innovative they are. And usually there are two variables that you look at. There's what we call the input variable and then the output. The input is, have you created the enabling environment for innovation to happen? And usually that part looks at government in particular. What environment have you created? And part of it is human resource. That human resource, one of the major variables in that is really universities, the education itself, and universities and tertiary institutions, because that's where knowledge is created. And then this knowledge converts eventually, as I said, into wealth. So I'm really looking forward today that we will start this conversation and also start actually encouraging universities to think differently in terms of funding. The richest universities around the world are rich because of innovation. Think about Stanford University, which sits on Silicon Valley. It's a very rich university, by the way. You look at the budget, even the money that they have just sitting there is in the billions of dollars. And this money that has been created from all the innovations that have happened around Stanford University. And eventually, a university like that, really, its funding does not really depend on fees or, well, it's a private university. Public universities, we need to start thinking that we need to move out of dependency on government and start thinking of how we can really convert the knowledge we create every day. This is what we do. That's our core business. We create knowledge every day. We write papers. But unfortunately, after we write papers, we get promoted, and then the story ends there. We need to start moving away or beyond just papers and see how we can convert those papers into something that is valuable. And then we can start now winning ourselves out of government dependency. For private universities, we started thinking about moving out dependency from fees, because fees is not really enough to fund a university very well to what exactly you want to do and grow. So today, really want to welcome you and encourage us to really engage and see how we can start doing this, because you are, as I said, in fact, you are our main stakeholder in Kenya National Innovation. Even in the thinking of the act itself, the university and the research institutions are really the bedrock of our core mandate. So we want to depend on you to start moving. Our job will be facilitative. We will be supporting whichever way we can, create the environment for these things to happen. Sometimes provide funding, but funding is not really the issue. Really, it's the mindset. If you have the right mindset, you'll find money. Money is available. The only thing is that if the mindset is not right, then even if you got the money, even if we throw you all the money, it may not make a difference. So thank you very much for coming and attending this session, this workshop. We really forward that we will now start moving seriously in terms of moving our country in the innovation space. And I hope maybe in a year, 2 years, we will start coming down in the Global Innovation Index, hopefully to the number that I was hoping for, around 50s, or even around, down even to number 40s. I will really be very happy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. I also recognize presence of additional vice chancellors in the room, a number of heads of research institutions who have also joined. In the interest of time, we are keeping moving. I can see deputy vice chancellors as well. Karibuni nyote. The principal principal secretary was to make it in the morning, but was to make it earlier on, but then he also had to attend a graduation and therefore sent the director in charge of research at the Ministry of Education, State Department of University Education and Research. As a foundation, we recognize that we started our Innovation Week, National Innovation Week, and that's happening really pretty much officially from Monday. Lots and lots of, we have over 150 speakers across different tracks. Things have been organized. We see this as a pre-event because leaders must engage. So then we shape and we see why we have a forum next week. And our aspiration is to sustain this over the years to come. So Vainadu, Karibu, take over the floor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tony. Mine is very simple. I would like the young man to hold on. Just hold on, you'll be, there are only 4 slides there, but the speech I'm giving is on the basis of those slides. I don't know if you have, yeah, you'll be pushing it. I'm Vainadu in Ghana. Vainadu is a church title for a 5-fold ministry church, above archbishops. But I work in the government, originally working in Indonesia as UN advisor on policy matters. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to go straight to the point. My work is very easy to read my boss speech concerning the engagements today. And here it comes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have several reasons to be excited this morning. First, God has blessed us with the gift of life. A very warm welcome to all of you who have come from other counties, and I hope you have time to see the beautiful infrastructure under construction, of course, the Nairobi Expressway. Secondly, we are here to discuss the matter which is closest to our hearts and your hearts, of course, turning your research ideas into innovation, then commercializing your innovation. And the question is, should universities be worried about having innovative business models or publishing to avoid perishing? Allow me to give my introduction remarks as follows. Historically, universities in Kenya have gone through various forms of pressure, political, economic, and institutional, that have contributed to system failure, such as perpetual lack of funds, siloed institutions, market failure, poor coordination, and lack of academia-industry linkages. And that's why the government has established a National University Industry Collaborations Committee under Professor Kioni of Dedan Kimathi University. With ongoing financial crisis in our universities, however, a new type of pressure is descending on universities to commercialize their research. There is a growing consensus that universities ought to play a central role in the growth of our economy or to accord with the national or regional economic priorities. As we speak, universities are facing increased pressure to cut programs that do not generate revenue as a way of dealing with the budgetary constraints. From the policy point of view, the commercialization ethos should become the central pillar that defines the mission of university-based research and innovation. In this purview, the question the 21st century should be asking is, who generates innovations and how are they generated from knowledge? Traditionally, this was achieved through a linear process where universities or independent research institutions would conduct basic research to be followed by applied research and product development within the industry that will eventually introduce new products into the market. This model has failed in Kenya. That explains why universities remain in silos of knowledge with little focus on the commercialization of research. The emergence of the knowledge-based economy has led to the introduction of policy interventions that aim at capitalizing on the innovative potential of universities and research institutions. At the same time, the increasing significance of knowledge-based industries and the need for most businesses to embrace innovation in their activities strengthen linkages between industries, policy, and academia. Such an emerging model of innovation emphasizes not only an increased interaction between industries, policy, and academia, but also the participation of marginalized groups such as the youth and women in knowledge production and innovation. This model is characterized by the democratization of knowledge and interactions between technological innovations and social innovations, as well as grassroots innovation. The Big Four agenda has probably captured most of these elements of innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, the transfer of university knowledge into practice and thus the commercialization of a scientist's research take various forms. Knowledge can be introduced directly in the market via university spin-off or through other channels such as consulting, licensing, sales, or even the cooperation between researchers and companies during the creation of knowledge. This is what Ekowitsi and Litadov called the triple helix model, which involves a new model of the relationship between business, science, and the state. In this model, the separation between the tasks of the university, the economy, and the state becomes increasingly blurred, and the stakeholders begin to create a dense network of interactions. We are starting something unique today, empowering university leadership and research centers management with the capacity to provide strategic and effective guidance on models of innovation and commercialization should not be just an annual event, but part of the sector-wide reforms, something we hope to become the greatest force we have ever seen to transform universities and the economy. And how powerful that force could be is partly determined in today's inaugural workshop. As a starting point, business models, policies, guidelines, and action plans driving university research must be directed towards quick transmission of results to knowledge-based companies together with other organizations to attain public advantages. That was just introduction. This is how he introduced it. And now I'm going to the main text. This is the main text. From the onset, I am persuaded to bring forth ideals of innovation. And I think these ones, you know them. I am aware that innovation is defined as the implementation of a new or significantly improved product, good or service, or a process, a new marketing method, or a new organization method. According to Schumpeter, 1934, the first person to ever considerably look at the issue of innovation, he says economic development is driven by innovation through a dynamic process in which new technologies replace the old, a process he labeled creative destruction. In Schumpeter's view, radical innovations create major disruptive changes, whereas incremental innovations continuously advance the process of change. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation is thinking creatively about something that already exists. For example, the tape recorder, the Walkman, and the CD player are all innovations on the phonograph. On the other hand, invention is creating something that did not exist before. For example, the beginning of the phonograph itself. Pertinent questions that need answers. Do organizations need more invention than innovation? This question should serve as food for thought. We need to understand a few facts about innovations. 3 facts. 1, a common feature of an innovation is that it must have been implemented. Number 2, a new or improved product is implemented when it is introduced to the market. Number 3, new processes, marketing methods, or organization methods are implemented when they are brought into actual use in the operations of any organization. Therefore, all innovations must contain a degree of novelty. 3 areas. They must be new to the farm, new to the market, and new to the world. The world over, it has now become a common feature to know that organizations are now focusing on 4 innovations, namely process innovation. Number 2, product innovation. Number 3, organization innovation. And number 4, marketing innovation. The truth, however, lies in the following. An innovation is what is desirable to the users. And if the user is Wanjiku, therefore we must really define what type of innovation Wanjiku needs in this country. Number 2, what is possible with the technology? You cannot have an innovation that's not possible with the technology. Number 3, it must be viable in the marketplace. In other words, you can sell it, you can market it. Number 4, innovation is fundamentally a social process. Number 5, research and development is a key innovation activity among other activities. Therefore, research and innovation does not necessarily lead to innovation. The activity of innovation is dynamic, complex, non-linear, and global. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to challenge Kenya that it will take more than office work to start identifying innovations in terms of new products, processes, marketing models, or organization changes. This also applies to the undertaking of human skills development through internal training or purchased through hiring, tacit and informal learning. We need to understand that innovation often occurs as a result of scarcity-induced conditions. And that's why in the most populated areas of Kenya, there tends to be a high level of innovativeness. Innovation occurs often outside academic environments as a result of inventive thinking and creative experimentation. Innovation is distinct from research and in fact need not result from it. Many firms innovate even if they are not performing R&D. Countries with similar endowment in R&D performance do not have the same level of achievement in terms of innovation. Innovations come from entrepreneurs who make them happen and ultimately depend on a society's receptiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to delve deeper into various challenges that prevail in the innovation environment. Number one, there are challenges in this country that prevail in grassroots innovation environments. And one of them is we need to understand how to attend to local specificities while simultaneously seeking wide-scale diffusion. There is an issue of being appropriate to existing situations that one ultimately, I repeat, pardon. There is an issue of being appropriate to existing situations that one ultimately seeks to transform. Working with the project-based solutions to goals of social justice, whose root cause rest in structures of economic and political pillar, is a challenge. There's also lack or inadequate grassroots ingenuity, grassroots empowerment, and structural critique. In Kenya and Africa at large, we have not developed grassroots innovation movement. There may be grassroots activists working directly on sustainable local solutions, but not focused on innovations. And finally, in that area, there's inadequacy in terms of capital, fiscal infrastructure, policies, and regulations, and education and human capital. Secondly, I present innovation challenges prevailing in the jewel sector of Kenya, and they include the following. There is inadequate capacity to manage notably knowledge management practices, knowledge creation, knowledge application, knowledge preservation, and knowledge sharing. There is also informal knowledge management practices among Juakali metal artisans, which collectively bear upon their innovation in the sector. Knowledge preservation impacts incremental innovation must strongly, but at least what does it do at what cost? The lack of investment in technology hampers the link between knowledge management and innovation in the Juakali sector, and the current national government policy initiatives and systems are inadequate in spurring innovation. Finally, in this area, Juakali innovation is not well captured in the national innovation system. I hope in the course of the day, you will relook at the structure of the national innovation system. The Juakali sector is hidden there, but it's not really understood. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to interrogate specific areas of innovation. For example, one can ask, what can universities do to foster inclusive and grassroots innovation? The answers perhaps lie in the following 4 areas. 1, you need to foster entrepreneurship. How do you do it? Enable the university fraternity to have startups, social entrepreneurship, and other ventures of your own creation. Number 2, encourage collaboration with the private sector. Yes, to provide critical funding for talented faculty and students to pursue foundational research, enable students and faculty to exchange ideas. Number 3, promote diversity and inclusion. Many universities have had successful spin-offs, but that's not the whole story. Now, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics-related jobs beckon university human resource into technology-driven economies. And I want to explain this, that in the developing countries, there is some level of movement, but in the developed countries, STEM-related jobs actually just attract like magnets so that they can drive what we call technology-driven economies. Number 4, explore the nexus of technology and society. Knowledge-based institutions need to provide ethicists, artists, and philosophers who can point the way, the policy experts and economists who can draw the map, and the cognitive scientists and sociologists who can help ensure the destination is designed for people and machines. And I think that's very pertinent. Secondly, and I'm soon finishing, the question will be, how can you tap student innovations? The answers may possibly be addressing the following strategies. Number one, provide bachelor's degree in innovation through a unique multidisciplinary team and coursework approach. Number two, provide law students the opportunity to draft patent applications for student inventors. Number three, enable student internship programs to work in startups. Number four, fundraise in cash and in kind services for university annual business plans contest to act as a de facto angel round of funding for the recipient companies. Number four, you need to host a multi-level business plan competition comprising of different competitions throughout the academic year in combination with seminars, courses, and mentorship to assist in pushing student ideas to the next level. Number five, make universities an entrepreneur-based academic residential community. How? Encourage student interaction with the fellow students, leading researchers, distinguished faculty, business professionals, and entrepreneurs. The third question, how can you tap innovation from the academia? Possible answers. Offer business of innovation commercialization course. Number two, promote faculty entrepreneurship and innovation. Number three, enable schools of medicine to include commercialization and entrepreneurship activities among us the promotion and tenure criteria. Then, universities entrepreneur in residence. What is this? This type of residence, it simply means you work with licensing staff and the researchers at available university medical centers or others to help identify, evaluate, develop, and support the creation of new companies based on university innovations. The fourth question, how can you tap innovations emanating from grassroots informal sector? The answer lies within you. The last question, how do you establish a Kenyan innovation culture in citizens from baby class, nursery, primary school, secondary school, all the way to the universities and allied institutions? Again, the answer lies in you. Finally, allow me to pose questions that you can take home. And this is what's being shown there. I hope the younger man could show this. There were only 4 slides and there was no talking. Just show, please, run them as I finalize. Allow me to pose the following questions. Suppose you have research infrastructure, enough human resource, and money. Can you innovate? That's a very simple question. Suppose you have research infrastructure, enough human resources, and money. Can you innovate? And that's what it's explaining. Number 2, please, next slide. Suppose you have research infrastructure, enough human resources, but this time you have more money. Can you innovate? The answer lies with you. Finally, if profit, move down, please. The next one. Next, yes. And we'll go back to the last one there. If profit is equal to revenue minus cost, that's mathematical. If profit is equal to revenue minus cost, what is the role of innovation? Go up, please, the last slide. Yo. And this is the challenge we have today. As I speak on behalf of the PS, the richest man in Babylon said the following, and you can get that book on the market. It's a few pages. If you want to make more money, please make your money a slave. Number 2, if therefore we apply to this situation, if you want to innovate and commercialize, you make your innovation slaves to create the pathway to successful commercialization. On behalf of the PS, I hereby open this session today, and God bless you.
Thank you, Vainadu, and for well representing the PS, challenging us about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. We invited the CFO and the State Department of University Education and Research. And he's with us to give a keynote. Now, part of the reason why we invited the CFO, you might wonder, is his background. And I want to invite you to please come up. After he presents, I will also now present something to do with Kenya. How is Kenya positioning to coordinate all the efforts we're trying to do towards a stronger commercialization at national and institutional level. Now, his background has a lot to do with economics, finance, planning, and we can relate with this language much more than just the numbers. Sometimes we think about finance. Karibu Dismas, CPA Dismas.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation is a bit lengthy, but I'll like to highlight a few issues which are relevant for commercialization and the context in which my presentation has been structured. My presentation is about the urgent need to strengthen commercialization of research, output for institutional sustainability and socioeconomic. I don't think I want, maybe I may need to project it, yes, but I think maybe, I don't know, maybe you can just project it from where you are. Yeah, but even as he projects it, there are about key issues I want to highlight here. Is the issue of the urgent, is commercialization of research outputs for your institutional, is it for your institutional sustainability? That's the question. More of my research points at otherwise of that especially for public universities, that commercialization of research for key outputs point more likely to public good, especially in the case of universities. Why? Because universities basically exist for the good of society. And I think I'm happy to see the CEO of University Fund, because this context is what some of us have been trying to really understand, that are universities public goods in the context of why they exist. And there is, of course, no why, and three main reasons for teaching, research, and innovation. Teaching, research, and innovation. And these three are really in the context of commercialization, because commercialization looks at, and I'll just continue because my time was not so long, it's the process of by which technologies and innovations are developed in the lab and they find their way to the market. And then you convert them into viable products that are accepted and that will cross into mainstream adoption and be beyond the lab. And then you ultimately generate financial returns on the innovations. The question then, is commercialization important for research? Yes. The answer is yes. And the reasons are that new products then and services are discovered, or rather brought into the market, the context of which then they can be used to solve some of our life's pressing problems. And if you look at that issue, then there is the context of making incremental improvements for quality of life. There is more to commercialization in the context of economics. And then when you look at it on the socio-economic impact society, then the issue of what is then sustainability is what needs to be discussed. But of course, there are also increased industry engagement. As you do commercialization, you find, as especially in the context of university, there's the university-industry linkages, which are very important for economic growth of a country or the world, as it were. And of course, there are universities which they also help in new research and development avenues and collaborating for funding and enhancement of career prospects for the university staff. Now, I don't know whether who will be sliding through, but I'm a bit far. Okay, no, just go back. You can just remain there at that pictorial. Yes, but of course, there is also the issue of the import of universities, important for university, not for much of income generation, therefore, that commercialization of research and innovations may not necessarily be important for universities in particular for generation of income. Being highly dependent on taxpayer support, universities have a responsibility to transfer knowledge, to transfer research results into society, and to create new industries and jobs, and improving, in so doing, the increase income generation avenues, and of course, increased standard of living. There is also the benefit of the staff involved in the research and even those that support research to increase their job satisfaction for greater development and dissemination of innovations. Then there is the issue of occasionally a share of the research grants or financial profits may be accruing to the universities and the researchers. But there's a rich empirical evidence that publicly funded science has the goal of making positive social economic contribution to society. And that's why, if you look at that pictorial presentation, then you'll see that there is more to what then the innovators are pursuing in the context of university, in the transfer of innovations to community, the positive social and economic impact to the community, and increased recognition as a research leader in your field. Then there is the issue of increased research output, which may be beneficial to the society. But there is also the argument that it may not necessarily be of public good. So that's the context on which we are going also to see that is commercialization largely, the next slide please, is commercialization largely for the good of the society. But then we'll be looking at that just briefly. But today, scientists and other researchers face a myriad of options, especially when they are publishing and in the publication of their researches, which they need to perhaps do early before they release it to the market. So then the issue of protecting or patenting and such kind of mechanisms that would help them to be sure that their research outputs are protected before they are released to the market. Then there is therefore the need to including licensing and other options for commercialization, patenting. Of course, some of what was in the PSS speech are very relevant to that discussion for researchers. Is commercialization versus society's expectations. The goal of achieving positive contributions to the society is perceived as being fundamental in conflict with the restrictions many commercialization arrangements place on the use of knowledge. And although commercialization may at times conflict with the goal of achieving positive contributions to the society, it can also be complementary to pursuits towards societal contributions, or even critical in the component in achieving the desired positive contributions to the society. The next slide. Then the issue of the concept of science for the public good comes in. And then one would be interested in what is then the public good. We'll be seeing that shortly, what a public good is. The goal of science for the good of the public good is to achieve positive societal contributions. And this might create confusion in the economic term of public good, for which in the context of universities, especially public universities are public goods. But there is also strong expectations that publicly funded science ought to lead to positive outcomes for the society. The next slide. And a publicly funded research organization, therefore, should remain dedicated exclusively to the creation of public goods for the good of the society. And that creating public goods does not necessarily lead to the maximization of the good of the society. And that's the context of the innovation in research exclusively for the good of the public or the society as it were. And there are strong expectations that publicly funded science should lead to positive outcomes for society, but the publicly funded organization should remain dedicated exclusively for public goods for the good of society. Therefore, that's what it means in the context of government budgeting and funding is that if then we are to fund universities, then the debate is, and this is where University Fund Board and the ministry comes in, and the National Treasury. How do we view the work of university in the context of this commercialization of research? We ought not look at it that then if a university is doing a lot of research, then the exchequer funding ought to decrease. My research shows otherwise. You should fund the universities for research to be able to attain the goal of expectations of the research component in making good the public provision of what we call goods and services. So, and then therefore the public goods does not necessarily lead to the maximization of the good of society. In fact, the decision to make research outputs available as public goods can lead to important research outputs not being utilized at all. And also publicly accessible academic articles, like employees of companies would have to read. When you produce during your research, you also do publishing and or publication as in your professional duties in universities or in research. Then you would be making those available to companies, and they need to understand the potential implications of their practice in order to be able to use those research outputs or results. And in some industries, companies follow the academic literature only rarely, and such publications are not likely to lead to industry uptake and subsequent benefits to society. So what then it means, what you produce, if used by companies, or what you would call then, in economic terms, that not all information is available to the public. Information asymmetry often sets in. So then the users of those publications then may jealously guard against the benefits which ought to arise from those usage. And in some industries, companies typically follow the literature, but they know that their competitors are doing the same. And therefore, they'll be now guarding their interests to suit their own personal pursuits, as opposed to the societal benefit. Therefore, then, commercialization therefore would be very expensive in such industries, especially the pharmaceutical context, where numerous and expensive regulatory procedures sets in research findings. Companies may be therefore hesitant to make use of investments without some guarantee of exclusive use. So then people therefore jealously guard whatever they are producing from those research outputs. And that may not necessarily be good for the good of the public. And such exclusivity would therefore require patent protection, which generally requires that the original researchers and the institution apply for protection. Of course, this one, most of you who are in research are quite conversant that even as you research, before you do the commercialization, one may run away with it, patent it, and maybe enjoy the economic gain, so the potential profitability from it. Then the issue of common sense and intuitive interpretation of the term is important. That a public good, therefore, is that good which has perfect non-exclusivity and non-rivalry. And it is not usually, therefore, defined explicitly in academic literature with this connotation. Now, what then it means is that in public good context, in the market, there is the issue of perfect markets, which rarely exist in real life situations. People always guard. So even in commercialization of research, there is a context in which the research outputs may be jealously guarded by the researchers, and therefore may not be quite available to the public in the context of public good. And as we all know, then the markets are inefficient in providing certain goods, such as basic research and national defense. And that's why now the context in which government steps in to correct the market as information asymmetry and inefficiencies. And therefore the need for government to fund research in public universities and any other researchers. Of course, we have the Kenya Kenya Research Fund, National Research Fund, and of course they are therefore the need. What we've been pursuing, that such organizations ought to be adequately funded from the exchequer for the good of society and for good of provision of the public good. The flip side of this market failure is that governments expect social rates of return on investment in research, in addition to the private rates of return companies could achieve. And there is extensive research documenting the extent to which social returns are achieved, and this argument forms the basis of public investment in research in many countries. In practice, therefore, many research outputs are primarily useful to companies. Many research outputs are therefore primarily useful to companies. They may not be necessarily therefore useful to them for the good of the society. So then the debate of to what extent then is government, the more government funds that research, therefore, the more employment creation. Of course, you have seen the benefits of research as you commercialize it. You have high chances of growth of the economy through income, and the circular flow of income generated by those companies will feed into the exchequer through various forms of taxation and other fee levies and so on and so forth. Therefore, in the context of government funding, there is need, therefore, to continuously and progressively, I would even say, in a very focused manner, increase funding on research for innovations. I think most of the slides I've done, I've talked about, and I would maybe propose that because of time, I was given a few minutes. I'll stop there, but then the argument is that the topic is talking about to what extent is commercialization good for sustainability of institutions. It depends on which institution. As we've seen in summary, for publicly funded universities, it will be good for their growth in the context of growth of the employees of the university, the actual researchers, the staff involved, the universities themselves will have a bit of that share of resultant research outputs. And of course, if you commercialize it and you bring a return on a product which then because most universities are what they call universities enterprises. So the companies which generate more money outside the academic primary pursuits, then you can commercialize those outputs through those companies, and then you generate more money, which then will make you financially sustained in your pursuit. I think Sia may need to stop there. We'll share with you the slides so that you can go through them. But the context of commercialization, yes, it is very important for the society in the provision of research, which can guarantee even areas of disease control management. Remember the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, are around core component of universal health even the big four agenda, universal health coverage, the provision of basic housing, and there are constitutional rights in Constitution 2010 for the purpose of leaving no doubts. The issues to deal with manufacturing for uptake of the economy are underpinned and cannot be gainsaid, underpinned in the commercialization of research. Thank you very much, and have a resourceful day.
Thank you, CPA Dismas. He is the Chief Financial Officer of the State Department of University Education and Research. And so he carries several hats, and as he speaks that way, then it also points to how we expect funding to our institutions to shape, and also the presence of University Funding Board also does demonstrate what we're trying to do here. Is that for us into the future, outputs out of research are going to shape a lot what we do. Okay, so that is the ministry. We've listened to the PS as well as the CFO. Now, what I'm going to do here is to give you the perspectives of Kenya, which we all participated in one way or another to establish. What was it to do, and how is it going to do it? So I joined last year, about a year ago, as the first CEO, and I'm going to try and tell you, in a way, the way we visualized what we're going to do together. After that, we'll have some reactions. So we're calling this a commercialization leadership workshop because we hold the key to where we're going to go in terms of the outputs of our research. And there are two main questions that I want us to reflect on. Two main questions. How might we, when I say we, it is not I, it is not Kenya, it is all of us. How might we set up a stronger institutional, at our own institutional level, as well as national commercialization system? I think there's no question. If I asked everybody here, there's no question as to whether we are doing well. That one is not debatable. We all feel that there is significant room for improvement. And the second question is, how might we set up either new technology transfer offices or organizations in our institutions, or improve those that exist? Now, I do know Kemri, for example, Kenyatta University have set up their commercialization programs. Jomo Kenyatta, I'm aware, a little bit Egerton. But how might we strengthen these? University of Nairobi, I know the efforts that are going on over there. How might we strengthen these for greater output? Those are the two questions we're going to try and answer today. And we're going to lay the foundation so that we can continue to answer them months and years to come. So this is Kenya National Innovation Agency, was established by an Act of Parliament of 2013 with the focus around enabling innovation for socioeconomic development. And it was operationalized around 2016, and the substantive CEO joined last year. What's the connection with National Research Fund and NACOSTI? So NACOSTI has been set up more from a regulatory perspective, given a set of functions, about 17 of them, National Research Fund to fund the SDI sector, and the Kenya National Innovation Agency to develop the national innovation system. Here is the gap. This is what really informed the establishment of this system. Funding goes to research, and we look at the investment. That's what the CFO is saying. It's an investment from national treasury perspective and any other thing. It's an investment, and it is quite substantial. And you get some kind of publications, students graduate, and so on and so forth. Then something could be missing, or it could be much better than it is. The steps towards commercialization. The disclosure of what has been invented or what has been found, the intellectual property. That disclosure is the first step. Now, do we have the right systems? Are they efficient? Are they effective? That you'll answer for yourself in terms of your own institution. The value assessment of the commercial value assessment of that invention or finding, the protection, in the morning about the challenges of working with PP or Kekobo, how easily they will be accessible. And then the development of the business plans or the commercial plans around the inventions. Now that journey in itself requires a new set of skills. And that is something that Kenya is very interested in getting us to organize ourselves to effectively do. Because at the end of the day, what we want to see there are some joint ventures, are some spin-offs, are some startups. And the reason why we have people like Wilgrow in the room is because that's what they invest in. They are trying to connect with our institutions so that then they can fund those things to scale. And there are many others that we have lined up. At the end of the day, it's the consumer. When we say Vision 2030, when we start from our research, we are looking at what is the socio-economic impact on that one Jiko that has been mentioned. So then this is the mission. This is what we are about at Kenya. Plan, develop, and manage a dynamic national innovation system that facilitates taking ideas to market. Keywords, dynamic. Because we recognize the realities now will be a bit different from the realities tomorrow or they were yesterday. So things are going to change, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, it's ideas to market. So I will be measured by how many ideas find their way to market and of what quality. All right? Quantity and quality of ideas that find their way to market. In what form they will be in the market, it's neither here nor there. There can be a startup, there can be a product, there can be a service, you name it. And we are developing a way of tracking this. So then we translate this mission into some keywords that shape what we do as Kenya. Commercialization and startups stand out the most. We will do all these legal IP issues. We'll do, you name it. But what will stand out most for Kenya National Innovation Agency? How much commercialization happens in the country, and we have the right systems for it, and the enterprises that will match out of it. So we've set ourselves a target. And the target for the next couple of years, as long as I'm going to be in the office, first term, we want to sustainably support, and I'll talk about why sustainably. Support commercialization of 1,000+ innovations or ideas from our individuals, our institutions, general public, I had Juakali, so on and so forth. That's our. But you know, we are not going to achieve it ourselves. We're going to need the partnerships to make that happen. That's why Lemerson Foundation is in the room. That's why Bilgo is in the room, and so on and so forth. Okay? So that's our target, and we believe that these ideas are going to come from ourselves, our institutions, but we need the right leadership at our own institutions to make that work. So for Kenya to achieve a mandate and a function, that how appropriate is our national and local environment? By local, I mean our institution level. How appropriate is that environment? All right? The incentives that go with it, and so on and so forth, and the policies and so forth. That's part one. Part two, how do we get them to support the scaling of the innovation? That means we find them, we scout, we identify, we characterize, and then we figure out how to support. That's the second pillar. Our environment, then supporting the scale. And thirdly is the strengthening of the interaction. In this room are research centers. In this room are faculty members. In this room are institutional leaders. The interaction at that nucleus level is so crucial. Then we start expanding that to development partners, start expanding to private sector, and so on and so forth. That's exactly why we have the Innovation Week next week. Because it's the mechanism for interaction. Because unless KEB speaks to Kirdi, unless Kirdi is speaking to Kenya, and so on and so forth, we are not going to get a smooth system. And when we say develop and manage a national system, develop and manage a national system, it's a component. And then the interaction of those components, the success of that interaction is what will make our innovation system successful. Now, in the last 1 year, we've done a little bit of something. We've looked at the key elements that make up that national innovation system. What is green means we are doing very well. What is orange, we've made some good progress, and what is red, we still have work to do. Now, I have picked two, so I don't want to put down this to share. We picked two, and I'm happy to share this slide because it's very helpful to see where we are. This one is senior leadership in terms of the components. I move around. Oh, thank you. So this research intensive institution, and here is government, and here is in the industry, financing and post. So we developed a model. Over here is a component of senior leadership, the ability of leadership to grasp this and lead it appropriately. By leading means strategically position it within our institutions, strategic planning, performance contracting, funding, budgeting, and so on and so forth. And we realize that not many institutional leaders are going to say very confidently that they have sense of direction where we want to take it. They feel like there are gaps. And that's exactly why we are starting this movement. We want to strengthen the institutional leadership. The other one I'm pointing to is technology transfer programs for offices, organizations that enable the linkage between the output of research with the rest of the industry. The skill sets required are not necessarily the same skill sets you need in research. The researcher who says, I've made this variety of beans, but I'm really a cassava, I'm really wondering why it doesn't get to market. Then I asked the question, are you the one interacting with the market? She said, yes. Then I said, is the way you are interacting with the market when doing research the same way you're interacting with the market? She said, yes. I said, that's fine. Because the skill sets are going to be different, and you need to accept that you let go. But you need to start and have the right relationship that makes it work, or you're going to have to develop the skill. So commercialization now in the context of Kenya, we're looking at how do we start tracking several elements, and we'll come to that a little later. There's a document we put on the table which is going to help us to think more and more. But we're basically thinking about how do we increase the products in the market. Now, I have visited Nicaragua, and I learned, sorry to use it, but I learned about the yogurt. And one thing I learned about that yogurt, Nicaragua University was the first one to have yogurt, isn't it? But how much yogurt is in the market? A lot of yogurt is in the market. So why is the Egerton yogurt not? Okay, it's in the market to some degree. But then we have some questions to ask ourselves, how do we scale that? Now, some statistics as part of our surveys that we were doing as Kenya in the last 1 year, we figured out a few things. Research centers are doing pretty well with the instrument, right? Research centers are by and large doing very well. Universities, we did some surveys, and I can say it's anything between 18 and 25% institutions have some IP policy. Then we went further to try and run some anecdotal surveys about how effective are these policies. In other words, how well do, and you know one way of finding effectiveness? I was at University of Eldoret last week, 2 weeks ago, and I asked the question, because they already set up an IP policy, I asked the question, do we have an IP policy? Yeah. And then I asked the audience, how many of you know about the IP policy of the University of Eldoret? 4 or 5 people, and those were like senior faculty members, senior members, band. That's a measure of effectiveness. And it is something that we have to mainstream. In China, at an elementary level, and PE stores, elementary, 3, 4, 5, PE management stores. I never went through a class on intellectual property. So unless I mainstream this in my university and prioritize, and make sure there's a common cause, I know there is communication, there's HIV, AIDS, and unless I mainstream, how am I expecting the young people who are coming out of my institutions to protect that intellectual property? And then when the idea is lost, then you say the industry is bad. But who was to protect the idea? That's all about, you buy a car. And the first thing you do is you get it up. You buy a piece of land. The first thing you do is what? Get the tractor. And then what? It's inherent to think about it and implement it immediately. And then from there, you're free to share this piece of land. You drive around the car, no problem. So unless we mainstream it in our own institutions, in the academic system, then it is not part of the DNA. And no wonder we'll struggle with a few things. Effectiveness, then I did some aspects from the research institutions. I mean, I got a recent Cambridge, QB, and this other. Yeah, you can feel like there's effort, but there's some struggle towards the end, especially when you're trying to pipe this thing out into industry. So this is what Kenya is struggling to figure out. Research happens, fast building happens, interaction with the ecosystem happens, education happens. On this very end, we are looking for new practices, we're looking for solutions to challenges in society, we're looking for job creation, we're looking for a strong economy. That's what CFO said. In between here, we're looking at business development. And today we've got a few people who've been doing this work in industry, out of academia. And they're interested in what is the policy like, what is the physical, what partnerships, what business, what do I do, what mentorship, what financing, what R&D. This is Kenya. Then now institution, but I can't do that at national level. I can guide, but at institutional level, and then when we sum up those components, we have a national movement. So these are some ingredients that I want us to think about. And then some guidance we put on the table, a draft. Institutional organizational policy framework. How we are organizing ourselves at institutional level. From policies, ownership, policy of commercialization, as well as This information is right on a contact note on your table, and we will definitely share. This is something I want you to go and ask yourself at the institutional level, how are we doing it, and the effectiveness of the same. Second ingredient, what is the level and type of research funding at the institutional level, basic as well as applied? What's the volume of that? Okay, publications, we can talk about prototypes, innovations, startups that could be emerging and so forth, and the kind of capacity we have around this thing. 4, what is the connection to industry? This is where I got amazed, especially when I studied the American system. You've got to be super proactive and aggressive from the academic institution to push your thing to the market. So what infrastructure system do we have in place to strengthen that push to the market? And what is the funding support like? And what skills do we put in place to ensure that the commercialization will take off? The relationship with private sector, screening of disclosures, and so on and so forth. And we will explain this in a little while. How do we organize so that we have the right skills in the institution, positioned in an appropriate way to make sure we can push our commercialization out? Finally, what's the annual data collection? So Kenya must be able to answer the question, for example, how much commercialization has happened across the country. And we'll have to collect the data from us. And I'll explain how we're proposing to do that. This is the US. For those who studied the system in the US, there's the Bayh-Dole Act, which was passed in 1980, which provides incentives to promote commercialization, and the university expected to share the revenue with institutions. It also requires the universities to have a formal technology transfer program. We will talk about this because this is what Kenya now is trying to push to ensure we build technology transfer programs. Before the act and after the act, so many universities have been transformed. So the evidence that it works. On an annual level, every university reports on a certain set of parameters, and then there's a national report that is generated as a result of that. I don't want to go into the details because we will share. Now, this is what I saw in South Africa, and I hope this will get us some. In South Africa, there is an IP Act that mandates that offices of technology transfer be established within institutions to fulfill the technology transfer function and to perform the requirements. It's a particular topic. It's well validated, then you don't have to. Because every PhD defense that is done, there has to be a representative of technology transfer. That intellectual property that is being presented is commercializable. 92% of the institutions had a dedicated to technology transfer. This should end this up. 92% have function. So the question for us in research and universities, how do we catch up? As a result, there are about 60% of the staff in the technology transfer functions are employed on a permanent basis. 320 plus full-time employees employed by startups that have been spinned off. And there are over 100 startups that have been generated over since 1998. Now, I want to come to this as some resolutions that are first of all, we're going to try and generate a presentation and push document a resolution of sorts. Second is that I am praying that this commercialization leadership summit becomes an annual engagement. This is a workshop. It's going to be a one day. It's going to go start somewhere. My aspiration is probably next year going to meet in Mombasa for 3 days. Let's look at the problems and resolutions. Let's look at experiences. Let's look at the struggles. Let's get best case studies. You know, let's engage. Let's get the university funding board. Let's get Kenyan corporate board. Let's get people in the room. And let's engage. What is your journey? What is my struggle? How do we narrow the gaps? And now how do we empower each other? There's going to be a survey that we want to start doing. We've gotten funding around this one from Lemonson Foundation and a few other partners to try and generate an annual report on how we're performing in an innovation index, particularly with the contribution of universities and research centers. So that means we're going to come to our institutions and collect data and generate an annual report and then start monitoring our progress on an annual basis. The indicators are known and we will discuss them at a later date. And we will use the annual summit as a point of destination. We also want to crowdsource case studies. Now, in our institutions, if today I give everyone a chance to speak about the struggles they have had in trying to commercialize, the list is very long. So we want to internalize that as Kenya and see what struggles are institutions facing. Is it from a legal, is it from a contractual perspective, from a funding perspective, is it a mindset perspective, and so on and so forth. And then we start figuring out how do we support each of these case studies. Next week, we've got an innovation week. It's the beginning of a movement that gets us together across several components that make the national innovation system to effectively perform our function. With that, thank you very much. I'm now going to use this opportunity to invite reactions based on what we've covered since morning. Some element of reactions, personalized stories, and so on and so forth. Before then, we go for break. You can speak your experience, your aspirations, maybe what would you like to see, and maybe where you are at, and where you would like to be. I want to believe there are mics in the room, one or two, that then we can use. And necessary sanitization.
Is this one?
Yes, me, I can use this.
So all right. My name is Gerard Iman. To stand Kenya National Innovation Agency for this meeting. I actually didn't know what I was coming to listen to until this country is very rich with brilliant minds to innovate. But how to do it in the proper way is the problem. If you look at the condition of the universities, especially we have the minds, we have the capacity, we have the brilliance to innovate, breaking barriers. But we are, look at us, we are a closest our accounts, a funding research closet. We are asking massive the government. We can pay salaries, but we are rich and say we are actually sitting on gold. Gold, and this is what we are talking about. I believe that Kenya now has constituted. I don't think it did very well in the past, but has constituted now. I think we are the right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the next hand there. So I've captured the comment, the anxiety there, and the comfort that somehow we're getting a direction.
Thank you very much. My name is Professor Simeon Mini, and together with Professor Marwanga, we were the pioneer directors. And thank you, Tony, for bringing the institution to where it is. When we talk about innovations and inventions, I come from a university where KIPP is seconded at also in 2004. And in a way, you think it's frustrated because as universities, we generate knowledge. The other day, if you look at the Rift Valley during the maize growing season, maize is being dried in the tarmac roads. One of the students, staff, invents a dryer. But to bring it to where you are saying is a struggle. So indeed, at universities, one of my colleagues are saying, KRA is harassing us. All of us look, we have be in the streets looking for money. So I think the realization that the universities create knowledge, you need to move many steps. Those students that we have sent to South Africa, they have come back postdocs to teach. They look very frustrated because you have no incentive education to give them. So that dynamic interpretation and partnership that we have brought in is excellent. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think you're basically echoing the gap, and I think then there's an amazing room for filling the gap. Yes, please.
Morning. Can you hear me now? My name is Dr. Kumar from Stockholm University. I'd like to try and pose some uncomfortable questions. I'm an Indian missionary in Kenya for about 10 years now. That's and what struck me from your points about the US and South Africa and the innovation climate, it's finally linked to innovation policy. It's market for ideas is global, and what the US is really successful at is to attract and I wonder if it's possible for Kenya's innovation approach to take that idea that we need to attract more talent. We have lots of countries in the region where Kenya is providing an opportunity, where there are ideas that can be thought in Kenya. This is an opportunity for Kenya. And I wonder if we can try and make innovation policy to attract people like me from Kenya, where it's for the Kenyan innovation.
Yes, so that's a question around innovation policy, which I will gladly answer. So let's take probably like 5 or so comments and questions, and then we engage based on that. Okay, fine. So I'll come back to you. Let's take a lady, and then maybe we. Okay, so another hands are coming up. That's great. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, CEO, and good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for inviting us to this very important meeting. And for the challenges that you have, I'm a Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics and research at the International University. And I don't see our name anywhere in your documents, but you visited us and you saw one of the innovations that we are doing. In my other life, I used to work at the International University, and we had a very big project that was global funded called the Business Innovation Incubation Center. And we were incubating a very big project on summer. And it was very good, but the donors have very strict requirements. So one of the things that is hindering us, some of the gaps, and maybe you know it, and I don't know how you are answering, the funding gap for research is very big. The government doesn't have funds. And the little funds that they have is shared between everybody. The research centers, the private universities, medical, agriculture, public universities, everybody. So the competition is so tight. And when you get that fund, the disbursement rate, okay, if you're in an agriculture project, as many of you maybe are, you do a crop, and the funding doesn't come till next year. The experiment is. So that is another challenge. So when we did these ICs, we call them ICs, they were started in 5 countries in Africa, and Kenya was one. And the biggest problem we had was that the donors are very strict. The university is supportive, but the strictures, one of them is not the disbursement of funds, but the partnership. We don't have local angel investors or industrialists who are interested in funding interesting researchers from universities. And they are very, very good ideas that are coming from universities, and people would like them to be able to be taken to the next step. And they are there. But when we advertise, we don't get partners. The other issue is communication. I don't know how our researchers are, how we program them. But if you take the case of the US, for example, all US funded projects, there's a communication fund. And you start the communication at the project writing stage. So by the time outputs start coming, people know you are there and you're doing something. But for us, take Kari, for example, you are sitting in some place, nobody knows what you're doing, and then you have these seeds or these new plants or these whatever, and by the time you start communicating, there's nobody there to support you to really get the right communication out there to the market or to investors or to whatever. So the thing that JPAC was trying to do was to develop this agribusiness incubator so that students and staff can be able to bring their good ideas and see how they can be developed. And we did get one good idea which we developed and we entered the market, but it was not our students. It was someone who had been working. Okay, but we worked with him. We took him to CAPS, we took him to KB, he developed his project, packaging, branding, everything. Because there's a lot that goes down to that. So I don't know, these are the gaps that I feel they are there. I just want to say one last thing. As you showed us American case and then South African case. South Africa is very far from us, it's not even near. The government dedicatedly funds research, and professors are recognized on the outputs they produce more than the number of students they teach. When our professors are going to be so motivated that we focus on those things that we need. So funding, communication, and this playing catch-up, what is the infrastructure that Kenya is putting in place to facilitate what you want universities to do? From where I think we are going to be writing another report for Kenya. We write for UFT, we write for Nakosi, we write for who, we write for you. I don't know if you do that. Thank you.
Yes, let me take Kemi. And then I come back there, and then I saw one professor here, and then I'll take the last one there. I think we'll probably wrap.
Okay, good morning, and thank you for the very stimulating presentation. My name is Frida Maina from the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, and I'm in charge of technology transfer. Now, I think one of the things I want to share is the experience, because from this last presentation, we talked about the government is looking at the interest of the government and the interest of the commercial. The commercial, when it comes to commercialization, the commercial people are looking at the terms of investment, in terms of economy. The government is looking at it in terms of social. And one of the challenges that we've had, for example, in Karo, we developed seed. And if it's something like me, we'll find that in the industry now, the people doing the seed actually have breeders, so they'll do their own seed. Or if you come up with, because of food security, you have seeds like for millet and the like. I mean, seeds which do not make sense in terms of market, they're open pollinated. So the commercial app will not be in that seed. And that's maybe that's one of the challenges that is posed in terms of how do we deal with the commercial aspect. And one of the things Carol has been trying to do is to, through its Kenya seed unit, Carol seed unit, see how do we develop these seeds and sell it now from the organization side. But then we need the demand, because if it's open pollinated, that means then the demand from the other end is not high from the farmers, because they can do their own seed. So there are all these aspects, and so when we talk about which interests are we looking at, how do we commercialize this public good, I thought maybe I could share one of those experiences. And as we look at how else do we move on, because like the Kenya Seed Unit is really focusing on, okay, if it cannot get to the market, how can we develop it within the organization? Because right now, I think when it could be the same with other organizations, we have so many people retired, researchers. So we are having a drain of what people have been developing. So how can we bring it in and commercialize it, then it can be attractive to the industry, hopefully.
Bien there. Yeah. I want to take a round. I want to stop at Professor Kibwage, then we can pick another round maybe.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to be curious. But anticipate I lead a program, a digital program called and what we actually do very practically is from what you've been talking about, actually taking ideas and turning them into products into business. So thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you for the initiative that you're taking. I want to say that it greatly complements all our programs to complement what you're doing. In fact, right now, for some universities, for instance, we are supporting them to establish offices or what we call strengthening their university innovation ecosystem. We're supporting University of Nairobi, we're supporting other universities like the University of Agriculture, and so on and so forth. But one thing I wanted to share, maybe see what you could add to your menu of the things you listed. It's a very practical. We have frustrations when it comes to institutional mechanisms to address things like procurement, financial management. To take an idea to market, you have to make decisions quickly. You have to have an efficient system. If I want a microscope, it should take me 8 months, 1 year to get. And some of these things are really operational things and maybe it relates to interactions with the different institutional needs and so on. So I think introducing some level of efficiency within the organizations will take us a long way in achieving our commercialization. Thank you so much.
Yes, Professor Kibwage this side.
Good morning, colleagues. For speaking last is quite challenging ideas. But I want to thank the Kenya National Innovation for what they are trying to do. Firstly, trying to map. Suppose you are doing a mapping of innovations, innovations and innovations. Innovations. Because innovations. Yes. First, I want to say that we have a challenge now in university. First, because Kenyan universities are mainly teaching universities, not research universities. And when we want to change research, our government does not have the resources for research that can actually bring about innovation. I remember when we were slightly younger with the CEO of National Innovation Agency, we started the Innovation Week at the University of Nairobi. that time I was the principal college of Earth Science. We were having portfolio at the college. I think that portfolio in 1 year of about 1.5 billion internship. I think the last and I positive was having about 400 million in the country. It kept bothering me out because we do proposals, we vet them, they will say we have funded you this much, and then they will never release the funds. So the first thing is that we continue consolidating what we are discussing here today. I think it is important to focus on the National Research Fund to support innovation. You said you have come to reach out on not in that of research. But I'm just looking at the budget of research. Part of agriculture, our ministry of the economy is collecting, but they only have around 350 billion. The money was coming from external. When they are funded external, those who are funding of their own sector. We need our own government to get help fund specific research teams. You cannot expect somebody else to fund them. And I think this is a matter that needs to be addressed. This would be CFO for our department is here. And I don't know if there's anybody from the post. I think Tony, you need to have the notice. So we need government fund in a positive or NRM to actually fund. And we need to encourage our young scientists. Specifically, I'm saying young because then they can deal with the issue of matching environment where they are growing. Some of us have grown so that they actually are able to match it. I see you want us to deal with having a technology transfer officer. Most vice chancellors here at the government issues on funding. The payroll is the biggest. And it's not laughing, you know. So you can imagine saying now, let us also play another one. But that should not stop us long, because we can also give somebody else that function. Yeah, I want to thank you. Please go on to the mapping of innovation. Get government funding. So because innovation requires a lot of competition. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thanks very much. If you allow me, I'll run through. I mean, I'm also have to manage a bit of time. I've seen 3 more hands, but we still have a bit of time for more reactions. Maybe we'll cover a little bit of ground and then we'll regroup again. So let me try to answer some of the questions so that I'm able to, and then I will talk about some of the draft guidelines that we're putting on the table, and then we will organize again for another round of reactions, if you allow. Now, first of all, I think I would like to say, I hope you recognize that I have a very tough job. Right? I hope you do recognize that. I have not questioned whether you have a tough job. No. I have simply made an observation. And I hope you recognize that I have. Now, it is important that I think we think as we, because I'm not doing this for myself, nor am I doing this thing for just an institution. We're trying to do this thing for the country. Fair enough. And it is a country that we want to be proud of 10 years down the road and say that we've caught up with another, we've benchmarked, we're doing well. So we have to pull together. I think the first of all is a mindset that we have to find a way to pull together and look at half full the glass, not half empty the glass. That is an important mindset to start with. Now, as an institution, of course, we've got challenges, just like Professor has just mentioned here. We've got challenges. If today I were to call the chairman and talk about what is the budget of Kenya, we'll probably walk out. We'll say, this guy can't even get us anywhere. True, very, very true. And that's a choice that we make. Now, I think I can handle this one. It's okay, I'm all right. You see, the seed you have is what you have at hand, and then if you can plant it, and then it will become 2, 4, 10, 100. It's got to start somewhere. It's got to be a journey. And I don't look at this as an end by itself. I look at this as a means and as a journey. I think that mindset is so crucial because challenges we're going to face. If you don't face challenges in your own house, then there's something wrong. We're going to face them. But I would rather spend more time on what could we do with what we have in our hand. I think that's a very important thing. And I'll give you a classic example. So we started talking about the Kenya Innovation Week about 5 months ago. As at yesterday, we raised more money than we needed. So where did the money come from? Government? No, it didn't. All right. We're funding this forum here through partnerships. Did we use Kenya money? No. We didn't have it, but we had an idea. We work on the idea, step by step. Convince the next person, the third person, the fourth person. You create a movement. If we talk about the many countries that we are amazed about, Singapore, Israel, and so on and so forth, who are really, really tiny 10, 15 years ago, they had hundreds of problems, probably more than we have. But where are they? And what's the difference? How come? It's important. I want to emphasize on the mindset because then we'll keep our energy in the positive direction, the little energy that we have. Now, funding, I honestly don't have a lot of control about. I'll talk to the chairman. We only have so much funding, but we are growing. All I can tell you. The last 1 year when I got to office, there were no staff. I'm the first employee. And when I arrived, I told the chairman a little while later, I'm going to quit because I can't stand this. I thought there was an organization. I had a choice to quit. I was making a hell lot of money before. But then I said, well, no, hold on a little bit. Who is going to fix it if I'm not going to be part of the solution? Today, we are over 40 people working in Kenya. Today, we've more than doubled the budget. Today, we've got several partners on the table. Today, we are running the National Innovation Week starting next week. So where did that come from? I didn't have staff even when I was starting to plan the Kenya Innovation Week. But it's going to happen. We've got over 150 speakers starting on Monday. 150 across 4 different tracks. It's because we believe and then we start acting. And we start acting with what the little we have. And every day we think about how we're going to move forward. Let me come to the innovation policy. Chairman, you challenged me about the innovation policy. So that's not the first time. You've challenged us about the innovation policy. But what you forgot is that I was the only employee. And to develop a national innovation policy is a very robust, comprehensive process. I actually got a consultant to help us think through what might be the cost of developing a good national innovation policy. It catches up with our budget. And so how was I going to do it? But all I'm saying is that it's on our radar. It's actually on our performance contract, and we're beginning to make specific steps. We've done some kind of draft. We need a lot of engagement to and I'm really looking for input. So please feel free. My team is in the room. Let's take ideas. It might take us a year or 2 to finally have something tangible, but we are on the way. Let me come to frustrations and the challenges of students. I think we all know that. I don't think we need to repeat anything. My greatest interest is how do we make steps forward with the little that we have, right? Angel Investor Network, I'll probably have Vilcro comment about that because there's a lot of work we're doing with the startup movement, ASEC. If you know, there's a bill that is in Parliament now. I think it's just passed in Senate. So there's work going on in that area. I know Professor just challenged me about you're struggling with school fees and running institutions and so forth. And you're wondering if I'm asking you to set up technology transfer. Where did I come from? Look, we have a choice to make. Simple. We have a choice to make. It doesn't require lots and lots of staff to run a technology transfer, But we cannot continue to complain about an idea that is within the university that is not finding its way if we also don't put some little effort towards getting it to way to the market. So we will just have a choice. Now, technology transfer can be as small as 2 people. It can be as small as people working in different departments and supporting. The most important is a step. Now, let me also challenge you a little bit about this funding question. I actually have raised some money to support commercialization and technology transfer programs. Then I ask myself, I can take this money. By the way, I have very many stories through even Kenya and other institutions of funds that have gone into institutions and they've struggled to get an appropriate system. I sit on the board of NRF and I know several cases were struggling because the systems were not in place in the institutions to support the uptake of those funds. So again, chicken. So what do? Do I concentrate on trying to raise more funds or do I concentrate in trying to get the systems in place? Classic example, we are here. We raised 2.8 million for this workshop. We will not even consume the whole of it. But why did the money come? System. I think the internal systems is a first step. Working with what we have, and then money will follow. For me, I look at money as a byproduct of the ideas that we shape and strengthen. I really appreciate the comment from Isipe. I think that's very encouraging, and the very fact that you're going out of your way to support some institutions. Just starting with what we have and growing from there. And I'm really looking forward. I actually had booked an appointment that in February I'm coming to Isipe and see what we can learn together. I was challenged about whether we're going to have another report for Nakosti, NRF, and Kenya. First of all, it's voluntary. For me, Kenya, it's going to be voluntary. It's not going to be a requirement. Second, it's for a reason. For me, it's not an end by itself. It's a means to something else. I don't want to speak for NRF. I don't want to speak for Nakosti because I don't handle those institutions, nor do I drive the mandate. But all I'll tell you is that for me to support, I can tell you for a fact, we are very determined to raise a lot of money. And this is also for anybody who asks the question around funding. We as Kenya are very, very determined that we're going to raise a lot of money. But I must be very sure about where I want to take the money. I need to know where I want to take the money. So for me, the report is going to be a means to something. The support that we can provide to institutions is going to be based on what I understand is happening on the ground. And you got to give me the correct facts about it. But it's optional. Procurements, I recognize the challenge. I really do recognize the challenge. Maybe we work together. There are some things we can handle. We'll try to figure out how innovatively we can handle issues of finance management and efficiency and so on and so forth. Finally, allow me to invite you, in the interest of time, we open this concept note on your table. Concept note on your table. You know, the theory of innovation and diffusion of innovation means that if you want to get started in creating a movement, you look for early adopters and innovators. And today I'm looking for early adopters and innovators because with the little resources I have to prioritize. I have to figure out who do I work with. I can't work with everyone, but in the course of time we will. So today I'm looking for how do we start moving with those who really want to work with what we have so we move forward. We've developed some simple guidelines. Now, Dr. Amy, you will come soon. I am trying to organize it. So we've developed some sketch. This is not the end of the story. In the next half of the financial year, we are putting in a lot of effort into develop this because we want to empower as many people as we can in their own institutions. So we call it draft concept commercialization guidelines. We're trying to create hope and comfort towards a stronger institutional and national framework. I don't want to go into details because I want you to go and read this draft and then invite kind of reactions and so forth. So we've got a set of strategies because I know now I'm being challenged. What are you going to do? We've got a set of strategies that we put in place. And the first one is we're going to try and do this kind of landscaping and mapping, which Professor mentioned, because we need to know what we're doing. We've already done a sense of it, but we want to do something a little more robust and get a sense of where our institutions are. We have a modest sense though. Private universities, as well as research institutions, some are not here, even like Isipe, I'm seeing you're not here, to make sure you're there. That's why it's a draft. So we want to do some examination of some of the factors. And we remember I spoke about these factors, and we want to see how do they map in our own institutions. On page 5, we want to do some situation analysis. On this table that you'll see on I think these tables were not numbered well, but you will see this page that has a table. It's a mechanism that helps us to understand as an institution, where could you be, which then determines what kind of support might you receive as an institution. So it has something to do with funding, what innovations are coming out and so on and so forth. And what are your linkages with industry. And then in the process, we are creating commercialization champions. One of the things we want to come out with from here is that we are commercialization champions. You see, you have to help me. I mean, just the same as we have tough jobs in our houses, you have to help me in your own institution to mount this thing in our own institution. And we support you in the best way we can. So one of the products we have is that all of us in here are going to sign up into what I'm calling commercialization champions in our own institutions. And then my job is to empower you to then do what is that going to be required. On the next page, which talks about strategy 2, after we design this commercialization, after we understand the landscaping, by the way, when we do that landscaping, we want to cluster institutions into 3. Category 1 is institutions like ISIPE, probably, that already have a commercialization program and technology transfer. And then we say, what kind of support can you provide? So we'll cluster the supports into 3. 2 is, I think people like Camry belong to probably that cluster, hypothetical. There's going to be a group of institutions who for sure are not ready and they cannot support their own technology transfer office. And I understand that. Now we can either group them and then ask the institutions to team up in one way or another and then build capacity, because we are in the spirit of Harambe, isn't it? And that is a solution for survival. Because we don't do it, then we die. So then we can try to build institutional organized into something. Then the third scenario we have is technology transfer as a service. TTOA as a service. Under Kenya, we can actually construct a system of a technology transfer program, and institutions can subscribe to use that service. And that can make it much, much cheaper. Then you don't have to employ and you don't have to whatever. So as champions, we are looking you on strategy 2 to be agents in our own institutions. Then number 3 is the establishing of the technology transfer offices. That's strategy 3. And in that strategy 3, if you look at the appendix of this document, you will see the story behind the establishment. Why, how, some ways of navigating, cost cutting, the kind of skills you need in there, and so on and so forth. On that strategy 3, I've classified the 3. So I will tell you for free, I really, really want to pursue, for example, ISIPE, Cambridge, University I saw Jomo Kenyatta, KU, and so on and so forth. So in this cluster 1, we have to ask ourselves, what is the output that we want from there, and what interventions do we need to provide? So that's going to be a lot of our work in the next half year and beyond. Then for those who will team up, we'll start asking ourselves, how do they team up? And then those who come in as TTOA will agree how that works. On strategy number 4, I've mentioned how we're going to try and seek to support those that are already established. As we show results, so we show output, then we grow from there. We go get energized as a result. On page number 5, there is what I'm seeing as the next steps. Then I sit down. 1, please give me feedback. Please give us feedback. We're also trying to crack it. All right. So give us feedback. So we put an email address there, which you can always write to the CEO. Second, we will try to share some kind of report. Once we all finish this day, we'll say, okay, this is some of the things we want to do. We've tried to engage. We will try to make progress. So by mid of January, we will try to share some good report and key action points. We will try to define what a commercialization champion is. What is the TOR? That when you go back, what would you want to do? Because there is a reason why we got you here. You have a little bit of control on budgets. You have a little bit of control on strategic plan. You've got a little bit of control on your work plan and PCs and so forth. So what would be a possible TOR? We will try to say, on the next one is, we will try to provide an online tool if you are comfortable sharing a journey of a particular innovation, either a struggle or a success, so that we internalize and we're able to start figuring out what kind of support can we provide, what partners do we try to bring around, and so on and so forth. And it'll be a virtual approach, and it is going to be optional. Then commercialization champions, we will expect you to share some feedback with us around the case studies and struggles or successes. And then Kenya will announce some baseline work that we want to do. And again, I said this is voluntary. you want to participate, you're very welcome. We've got funding around it already. And then that will inform where we, how do we move. We will try to do a very good report, that I can assure you. We still don't have the dates exactly, probably will be in around March, April, thereabouts. We want to grow these guidelines into a comprehensive document that then helps you to make decisions as you go. And so we expect to share guidelines for technology transfer structures, options, so, so that we can make progress, we can act on something. And we'll share the final guidelines as well that enable us to coordinate ourselves locally and at national level. We will figure out how to either establish the TTOA, the joint TTOs, as well as support the established TTOs. Then we will also announce a further gathering to meet here again. And we're going to maybe here or Mombasa or anywhere else. And look, we are not going to meet for the sake of meeting. What I would like us to do is to meet and assess progress. We could be stationary, that's okay. Whether it is partnerships that help you to scale, we will pursue that over the next 1 year. And I really want to get on one-on-one. Each of the questions that I imagine, because we've got a team, and we would like to kind of support in any of these areas as possible. And then we meet and say, this is our challenge, this is our status, this is where we want to go. This is where we are in our innovation policy, this is where in our partnership, funding, and so on and so forth. And we keep the positive energy. If we keep the positive energy, we will not collapse. We pull ourselves together, we will be stronger as we go forward. With that, thank you very much. I would like to invite Amy. You see, I've compressed what I was trying to do so that we've caught up with the block of 9:45 to 10:05. So we can take reactions, and then you can manage the rest of the program.
Good morning. My name is Emmy Chirchir. I work with the British High Commission. I work across science, research, technology innovation, and private sector development, entrepreneurship. I'm happy to be here. I was just reflecting on what Tony was saying and the reactions from the room, and my own experience, going through the system, the university system here. And I was just wondering, having worked in these sectors for the last close to 10 years, what's missing? Why are we not engaging the gears? And I'm reminded of an illustration to sort of bring this to paint the picture. It said, you've heard the statistics about the Global Innovation Index, the thriving private sector, the number of universities, and all the good things that said about Kenya. And it just, somebody said, it's like we have a fantastic vehicle. Think of the best vehicle. It's a full tank, it's on, but we're just not engaging the gear. So we're just revving the vehicle, but it's not moving. And I feel like that's where we are. And I want to believe that in this room today, there's an opportunity to move, to actually engage the gears. And I think in terms of, the university leadership, that's one of the, the gears that we need to shift. I won't take much time. I want to go to the next stage. And here we have, we'll have some partner remarks. We'll have Bill Grow and the University Funding Board, just to give some remarks about the capacity to support, to strengthen the university commercialization and innovation infrastructure. We've heard about partnerships and, the demands that come from partners. I'm probably one of those in terms of funding research. Actually, yeah, I completely agree. Some of those things, I think there's also the leadership that needs to come into play, because of course, when the UK government brings its funding, it comes with its own agenda. And if you're not setting our own agendas, the agendas take the day. So I completely agree with that. And I think it's also an opportunity for us to strengthen some of those partnerships. So I want to welcome Dr. Karanja to just provide some quick remarks, and then we'll move to the University Funding Board.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you, Tony, Professor Marwanga. I have a lot of friends in this room. I think a lot of new friends to be made. I'd like to beg your indulgence. I need 10 minutes to be able to convey my very short communication to you. I do have some slides that shared with the Secretariat, Richard. If you can set me up. And I usually prefer to be able to hit next myself because I'm very chaotic in the way I work and talk. But if that's not possible, it's okay. So maybe a little bit about who I am and who is Vilgro, and why I'm standing here. My name is Robert Karanja, as you've heard. I'm a biomedical scientist by profession. I've worked in Cambridge, File and Ranks for the last 15 years before leaving Cambridge to set up Vilgro Africa. We're a business incubator and early stage investor organization here, operating here in Kenya. For the last 5 years, 6 years, we've really been mostly Kenya and East Africa, and we're now basically scaling across the continent in terms of understanding how do we move innovations, how do we take ideas and translate them into impact. And the secret to doing so is very simple. We actually need to do what we call triple helix. And so the reason that we agreed to partner with Kenya and the university funds to bring this forum together is really because we do need to see a meeting of minds. Because without that meeting of minds, it's really hard for that vehicle to engage the gears. And thank you for that wonderful analogy. I feel the frustrations when my sister from the university, is it Taita Taveta? Yes, I could feel the frustrations, and believe you me, I also have the same kind of frustrations on my end. And I'm coming from the end of being a funder, looking for opportunities to put in money to actually take to the market. And so that's when I talk of triple helix, it actually requires private sector, it does also require academia, and does require government. Kenya now doing what they're doing in terms of being a convening power, but also building the systems and infrastructure for us to coordinate. And I need to be able to anticipate the needs of academia. But the academia also needs to anticipate my needs in order for us to actually engage these gears. And so I'm hoping within the next, how many minutes are you leaving me with? Probably 6 at this point, to be able to share a little bit of what it means to be able to have anticipation of needs. Because what we basically have is a powerful choir. The problem with this choir is somebody, it's not just singing bass, alto, soprano, tenor. Sometimes I think we're singing different songs at the same time. And how do we get us to sing the same songs? A lot of it not only requires a meeting of minds, we literally need to create a language that we all speak together. When I'm with academia, I blend in and I become a scholar. And I talk about the hypotheses and the statistical significance and all that good stuff. But in the business world, none of that actually crosses over. Actually, the same words we use, we think we're speaking English, actually have a completely different meaning. And then you go to the policymaker, and again, you have to reinvent yourself. So part of the challenge we are facing is not only do we have minds that are not aligned, we think we are talking, but we're not talking. This English is not English. Like reading, a legal, the Constitution. We tried to read it until we got to a point we said, Baba tuambie, what are we talking about? Because it's English, but it's not English. You get what I'm saying? So how do we get there? And how do we move quickly? I'm really trying to buy time for my slides. I'm being forced to sing for my breakfast. But I think overall, maybe I can just start, and then when they come on board, I can be able to pick up. So a little bit about Vilgro Africa. So we're a franchise of Vilgro, which is one of the oldest business incubators that's focused on social impact businesses or social enterprise ventures in the world. 21 years of experience, starting in India. And one of the things that we did is, in some of the thinking that we had, is if we want to solve problems in the developing world, we need to take models that have worked in the developing world, as opposed to taking from the developed world and trying to bring them here. It's too much work to customize them. And I think, oh, thank you. So maybe you can just go very quickly to the first slide. So I'm talking about research to innovation and to impact. and how academia and the startup economy needs to be able to work together. So you've heard from Kenya how the policy side works. I really just speak as the voice of private sector. Please go ahead. So yeah, we talk about Build Grow Africa, startups, and when I talk of startups or spin-off companies from academia, we're really trying to put new wine in old wine skins, because if we do that, the Bible tells us to expect a disaster. But why are we doing it? And then the rest forget. About Build Grow Africa, so as I was saying, we're an early stage incubator. We also invest. We have probably about 90 years, man years of experience in R&D, in business, in investment. We're a partner of Build Grow Innovations Foundation, and I just want to highlight a little bit about Build Grow Innovations Foundation. To date, we've supported about 300 startups working in India, in East Africa, in the Asian economies. We've invested more than, how much is that? $9 million. And that has actually gone on to give $54 million in direct leverage or direct unlocking follow-on funding. And more than 20 million lives being touched through the power of innovation. And so what I've been privileged to do is to take that model and bring it here to Kenya and say, how can this work for us? And what we've achieved in 6 years is we've actually worked with 40 startups. We've invested about $1.2 million. And that has actually resulted in $18 million plus of follow-on FDI in this economy, and created more than 3,800 jobs, around $2.3 million in new revenue. And we're typically the first money in. We're the first institutional investor most of these startups actually see. And we're doing all of this within Kenya. So when you talk about innovation, when you talk about startups and spin-offs, all I want to highlight is that this economy is here, these numbers are real, this is not made up. We're not talking Vision 2030. We are here, we are present, and academia, I'm speaking to you because you're asleep. And why do I accuse you of being asleep? I set up Build Grow because of the frustrations of not being able to see how can research touch people's lives. If you ask me, out of those 40 companies we've actually supported, how many are actually academia spin-offs? 0. So when I say we do need to have a meeting of minds, it's really important. Last year, we were talking about the COVID-19 disruption. And I saw a lot of universities talking about, we want to create ventilators. We put out a call saying we're willing to put in anything from 2 million to 5 million shillings into these innovations. Nobody came to us. And I got inquiries, whispered, what are you guys doing? Can you fund us? I'm like, yes, come. Let me go, I'll get back to you. And they'd go and consult the VCs. And they'll be told, and who is Build Grow? What's their interest? Why do they want to? And you know what? None stepped up. So do we need a meeting of minds? Yes. Is there frustration? Yes. Even on my side, there is frustration. And that's why I say, let's meet, let's talk, let's get to know one another, so that we demystify who we are and also what is innovation and how does this process work. Next slide, please. So as I said, we do a lot of work. We invest a lot in our selection process. For every company that we support, we reject about 100 applications. So selection is critical. And I heard Tony talking about how do we select, how do we identify what to fund. The technical assistance we provide is massive, which is everything from investment management, innovation management, to IP, to what is your market sizing, how do you go to market, what's your entry point, how do you meet regulatory issues? And we work in the health and life sciences. So everything we do is regulated from the research that you're doing to market approval. Next, please. Keep hitting. Oh, go back. Something happened there. So all I wanted to say, that graph that did not show up, is that our job is, we see ourselves as an intermediary organization. So what research does is you're able to understand what is the problem, come up with a solution. What we do is we're able to ask, with this solution, how do you generate demand in the marketplace? Because it requires both push and pull. What we've been able to do a lot is a lot of push. But when you do push and you don't know how to generate demand, when you go to the marketplace, Tony was asking, why is it that Egerton, the first guys to develop the yogurt, are not the ones we're seeing in the supermarkets? Why? They know how to push. If you build it, they'll come. No, they won't. You need to understand the language of the market. Again, language. We use English as that's not English. How do you speak to the market? How do you generate demand? So incubators, accelerators are the ones that are able to teach you how to do that. Next one. So why do we work in the health and life sciences space? It's because when I looked at the numbers, it was not just a decision about me being a biomedical scientist. If you ask what kind of research happens on this continent, it's by and large life sciences. We are not strong in engineering, but we are extremely strong in biotechnology, in agriculture, in health, in the environment, you name it. As long as it's a bioscience, chances are you're publishing in it. And so you can see, even for at a continental level, that's how those numbers pan out. Go to the next slide. If you look at East Africa, the chart on your left, it actually shows you what happened in the span of about 10 years. Within those 10 years, we're able to double our scientific output in terms of publications. In Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Ethiopia. And then the next graph on your right actually then starts to show you what exactly are these publications. What are the top 5 areas of publication in each of these countries? And again, if you do not believe me at the continental level, that's the proof of the pudding. Number 1 area of research is what? Immunology. Then you get agriculture, then you get microbiology, then you get, and this is not just Kenya, it's Uganda, it's Tanzania, it's Ethiopia. And the question I keep asking myself is, we become food secure? How about our health statistics? Are they better than for Somalia, for example? Why? Because we've been doing this thing of the more we do research, the more we think we're going to get an outcome. Actually, what we see is the law of diminishing returns. The pent-up frustrations that have been expressed in this room by myself, by you, is because we are really not understanding that research is, I give you money, generate new knowledge. Innovation is, new knowledge is actually the input, and the output is money. It's the antithesis of research. So what mechanisms, what structures, what systems do we need to put in place? What mind frame do we need to have for innovation to work? It's very, very different. What we've done to get us this far, to make us the giants in the science world, is not going to make us the giants in innovation. We need to retool, we need to reinvent. Next one. Are we? There's a problem, technical challenge. Just bear with us. Oh boy. So, yep, and as I was saying, I think one of the things we do need to be able to understand is, first of all, that there are things we do need to change from our laws, from our policies, and even institutional policies. One of the key things that I've always asked myself is, why are we increasing the spin-off companies from our universities, from our academia, from our research institutions? There's a legal challenge, by the way. So for us, when we talk of spin-off company, one of the key things I ask myself is, who owns this company and what does that mean? Second question is, who is creating this company? And when you look at who owns the company, the first thing that comes to mind is, what are the laws that pertain to this issue? There's 2 laws that I typically see. One is the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, isn't it? So we've normally seen it within the space of procurement. But what about disposal? When you're creating a spin-off company and hiving off IP, putting it into a vehicle for commercialization, is that a private company or is it a public company? When the Public Procurement and Disposal Act was made, it was not meant to actually speak to intellectual property. But unfortunately, it's the only law we have. The other law that we have is the Public-Private Partnership Act. Now, when they created it, when I talk of the academia, private sector, government, that triple helix, PPP was not meant to speak to triple helix. But when I want to partner with you, one of the challenges that I find a challenge in terms of being able to partner is, either you need to look at me from the PPP angle, which was built for infrastructure, or you need to look at me from the Public Procurement and Disposal Act, where you need to understand, as I'm spinning off a company, is this a private company or is it a public company? Second question is, who is actually creating this company? And the reason I ask that question is because when I'm a scientist at Cambridge, the research I do the innovations I come up with, whatever I invent is owned by my employer. Now, it does not matter how good my tech transfer office is or the IP policy is, if the leadership at these institutions does not understand the knowledge economy. Because ultimately, the information asymmetry that we talked about earlier creates expectations that come down that actually strangle the baby. And so one of the things that we're really trying to do is to understand how do we get the right policies in place? How do we get the right laws in place? Tony told us about the Bayh-Dole Act. We actually need the equivalent of the Bayh-Dole Act in this country. The second thing is the mindset. One of the biggest challenges I really have is the mindset. There is a story in the Bible where Jesus took his disciples and guys followed him. And they went to a place that was so secluded. And the disciples came and told Jesus, you know what, we don't have food. Can you send these guys home when they were cool? Because, you know, this is Musigo. Who wants this Musigo? And you know what Jesus told them? You give them food to eat. And there was a miracle that was done that, you know, took 3 loaves of was it 3 loaves? 5 loaves and 3 fish and fed 5,000 people. But what are we doing in our universities? We are telling people go home. How? Because we're expecting the youth to create their own jobs. And I'm asking myself, do you know what it actually takes to create a company? The most they've gotten is a 3-month internship, maybe at Bilgro, maybe at somewhere else. If me, I'm an investor, and you're telling me that your student invented, you know, the next drug for, you know, for HIV or for COVID, this wonderful lady or young man, they've never even dealt with enough, you know, how much school fees they paid. They've never dealt with that level of money in their own hands. But you want me to invest millions in them to take that idea to market? Is it realistic? What are we setting ourselves up to do? Why are we setting them up to fail? And why are we asking for the impossible when even you with your own money, you cannot even give a fraction because you know it's obviously impossible? So how do we stop telling our students, you go home, hakuna chakula? So how can we as universities, the faculty, actually understand how to create a startup, how to spin it off, how to create jobs for this? Because I used to ask myself, out of all the PhD students that I've supervised, how many are in the country today? When I was in Cambridge, we were saturated. There was no place to employ them. I know the universities, you guys are also saturated. So where have our PhD been going to? They leave the country because we don't have the industry. Who can create the industry? It's you. And my job as Will Grow and the venture capital is to invest in that industry. And you as the leaders of the universities need to incubate those industries in your technology parks. That is triple helix. Let's go. And the startup bill, I think, thank you, Tony, for talking about it. It really speaks to a lot of some of these things, but it's not enough. We do need the equivalent of the Bayh-Dole Act. So a quick thing, a few things that I need to always talk about when I talk about startups and why we need to have this meeting of minds. The first one is innovation is not about youth. They lack the domain expertise. They lack the social capital. They lack even the capacity to, like I pointed out earlier, to even manage funds, manage themselves. You do not take teenagers and make them CEOs. There's a problem with that approach. And we've wasted a lot of money in this country because of trying to simplify something that's complex too much. I need the professors to actually step up and actually be the ones leading this charge. The second thing, and I think that those statistics are actually true. Across the world, we actually did the research and found out successful entrepreneurs' average age is actually 42. But we're here telling 21-year-olds, 23-year-olds to go create jobs. Higher. Informal sector. There's again innovation, youth, and then what does the government do? Youth fund. One of the reasons that we've not had an innovation fund for the longest, the first attempt to create an innovation fund was Kibaki's first term. And it was put between Nakosti and Kildi to actually fund innovation. Kildi was kicked out, Nakosti took over and said, we're going to make it a research fund. Again, the law of diminishing returns. How much do you have to show for it today? Zero. The mechanisms, structures, mindset, skill sets for innovation is the antithesis of research. we need to separate these things. And I'm glad today Kenya is there and becoming operational. ICT, it's not about ICT at all. ICT is a big part of it. And I'll tell you how big in just a bit. But what I want you to understand is, even if we're in biotech, most of the investors in this region do not understand biotechnology. They do understand ICT. All we need to do is to create a convergence between whatever we're doing in the life sciences and just give it an overlay of tech. If it's a rapid kit, can it be read by a mobile phone or something? Can you automate some processes? It doesn't take much. And by the way, the youth actually are very willing to be able to teach you some of these things. And then create a spin-off, send it to the market. Chances are it will get funding. And the reason I say it will get funding is because this is where we are today. When we're talking about Africa, this chart shows about 2019, just before COVID hit us. $2.02 billion in venture capital investment came to this continent. Kenya is able to take almost 25% of that in 2019. This year, by August, we had hit $3 billion in VC investment in this continent. That's a 50% increase from 2019. The World Economic Forum also told us by 2023, we should be expecting $10 billion coming to this very continent. Again, we are living in Kenya. Somebody, I think Prof said that we have gold. The gold is us. We don't have it. We are the gold. It's actually what's between our ears that drives. Kenya is the only country there. We're number 2. If you look at the big 4, Nigeria typically takes about 35-37% of all the venture capital investment coming to this continent. Kenya is number 2, taking about 25%. Then you see Egypt, then you see South Africa. So who was saying South Africa is so far ahead? I beg to differ. Those are the numbers. We're doing better than them in terms of being able to attract venture capital. But the question I keep asking myself, and I think we missed that slide because of the technical challenges, is where in that discourse, when I look at where the knowledge base is in the life sciences, versus where is this VC funding coming to when it comes to Kenya? It's not coming to health, it's not coming to agriculture, it's not coming to environmental, it's going to fintech, it's going to energy. And we need to ask ourselves a lot of questions of what is it that fintech is doing right to be able to attract so much of that money? What can we learn from that sector and replicate in ours? And then the last question I want to say as I speak is, as I go, is that actually even at 3 billion, we're only 0.6% of the global venture capital investment that's happened this year to date. So there's lots of room to grow. So when I say 10 billion will not even get us to the 1%. So if you're ready to work with us as the private sector, and you're ready to work with the policymakers, Kenya, what can we do? How can we transform this? And for you, the leaders of the universities, my question is, what's your business model? Forget mambo your IP. Forget mambo of technology transfer. That one, your juniors should be able to deal with that. If they have a challenge, we can train them. We can build capacity. My main challenge is with you, the leaders. How are you positioning yourself as a university, as a sector, to take part of this marketplace of ideas? Because if you don't have a business model, what I know for sure is there's an amazing saying: if you fail to plan, you plan to do what? So it is true. We will not be here next year doing a report. We'll be here talking about, again, how ICT continues, fintech continues, how energy continues, how none of our research is still speaking to our food security, none of it is talking to our maternal mortality, neonatal mortality, our health statistics, our life expectancy, because we are the ones failing ourselves. It's nobody else to blame. It's the people in this room, me and you. So let's actually have a meeting of minds. Let's come up, when you don't understand a word I've used, ask me, rephrase it. You use this terminology, what exactly? Because we are talking English, that's not English. And we are not connecting at some point. With those few remarks, I know I've taken more than 10 minutes. Please forgive me. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
How many knew of Vilgro before today? Except Dr. Kumar. Okay. How many knew of? How many have interacted with Vilgro? Were part of the whispers? Okay. Okay. Meeting of minds today. I hope none of you strangle the baby, or at least from today, we'll not be strangling any babies. And I think we're demystifying some things. That last slide has demystified the fact around funding. There's money. I think the funding is there. Tony has said that. I think from the funders, also from the UK government, there is funding, and I can confirm what Robert was talking about. Sometimes we struggle to find ideas. That pipeline, there's a disconnect somewhere there. And I've also said, I think there's a role to play here around, defining and helping us to structure the priorities around that. I want to welcome the CEO, University Funding Board, to also give his remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Emily. And first, I wish to thank the chairman of Kenya, the vice chancellors who are here this morning, heads of research institutions, DVCs, and my colleagues from the ministry and also from the UFB. I will not say much this morning because I have a session in the afternoon. Therefore, I have donated some of my minutes to Robert Karanja so that I can be able to just speak say a few words. But for me, on the issue of commercialization, I'm here to just challenge the universities and the research institutions who are here this morning so that we can be able to think about this issue more broadly. First, let me thank Tony, my colleague, for our minds meeting so that we could have come up with this very, very important. You can see the room is houseful. In fact, we are running out of space. But before I continue, I wanted to ask, AstraZeneca, which university worked with them? Yes, sir? Cambridge worked with AstraZeneca. And which other university? Oxford. You can hear it. Yes. Now, you can imagine how much money Oxford University has made from this vaccine that we have been using across the world, and especially in Kenya. So for me, is to just challenge you that how can we be able as universities come up with solutions? And you can hear Dr. Karanja has actually said Cambridge was part of the solution. So the solutions are part of us, and there are Kenyans who have worked on this. Who knows Dr. Walter Otieno? Can I? From? What has he done? Maybe you can stand and maybe who has the mic? Yes, beautiful. And but has Maseno University, is there anyone here from Maseno? You are from Maseno. Have you sung about it? Have you sung about it so that we know because the only thing I saw I'm just trying to throw a challenge. You can see the opportunity myself. In fact, for me, from the perspective of the University Funding Board, I thought I was going to see that Maseno's problems are now over because they should have structured in a way that when that vaccine comes out, they are able to benefit. The researchers benefit, and the Maseno University benefits, and the debts that Maseno has now, we all know the universities have got huge debts. Then Maseno would have written one check to the KRA, another check to. That is the challenge I'm throwing to everyone here today. How do we, as universities, come up with these solutions? And the challenges are there. We have done so many researches in our universities. Those things are growing dust in the libraries. If you go to the University of Nairobi, there's a whole floor that has got books on research. But how do we convert that and ensure that they are commercialized? Vilgro here has said they want to do it. They want to work with the industry. Can we be able to turn this into an opportunity? We need to do
I think we are doing the same thing every year, year in, year out, but expecting different results. We need a mindset change as a country. From the perspective of EFB, I have received many calls from vice chancellors that can you be able to fund us more? The government is already giving 23% of its budget, annual budget, to the education sector. When you look at the whole of Africa and the world, 23% is one of the highest. And what are we saying? We want more money in that sector. I really appreciate, and I know that education is one of the key drivers of the economy. But when you look at, when you sit on a table, I'm looking at somebody who sits in the National Treasury. When you look at, you have given 23 growing, I think you have now gone to 25% of the budget, while other sectors don't even have 1%. How do you sit and apportion this money again? So it is a challenge. We need to be more innovative. We need to commercialize our research. We need to think, how do we support industry so that when we do research, if each university, we have 75 universities, if each university could even target one research in 5 years, which can be turned into and can be commercialized, one in 5 years, I'm not asking one in a year, one in 5 years, I can assure you that this country will be able to change, and the funding gap that we have, because we have a huge funding gap, and I'll be able to share those figures in the afternoon, will be able to be reduced. So it is a challenge from the UFB as we continue thinking, and as I will share more in the afternoon, on how we can be able to support government to bridge that gap, because there are many competing needs in this country. It is not only education. Education is very important, but it is not the only one. There is health, which is also key. Security, which is also key. There is water and sanitation, which is also key. There are many, many other things that as a government, the government requires. And as the UFP, we want to work with the universities to ensure that we think more and see how we can do and get money to turn research into commercialized ventures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana CEO. We have an opportunity now for questions. We heard from Dr. Karanja, we've heard from CEO University Funding Board, and I'm a bit tempted to ask how many know of or knew of University Funding Board. Brother, how many did not know about the University Funding Board? Somebody didn't know about University Funding Board. Yes. There are people who didn't know about the University Funding Board. There are many. And so there's an opportunity in the afternoon to hear more from Mr. Monari, and of course, the tea break and the lunch break for interactions. So we'll go into reactions, very quick reactions, just to get your feedback. I think there's some mics.
Yeah, because there was the tea.
Okay.
The tea is there.
Oh, the tea there.
Rather than stop and then come back, and then people can always go and something
Okay.
else as we continue engaging.
Yes.
Only one chance today, so
let's maximize. All right, feel free to pick a cup of tea, some snacks there, water is on the table. But meanwhile, we can start to gather some quick reactions. Let me start there.
I actually would like to start with some hands that were raised before.
Before.
So then there were three. I saw Professor Nyamongo, there was, yes, and then there was. That's it.
Yeah. I think the mic should be coming, or if you...
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Koka, Mount Kenya University. I think I've listened to the speakers and so we grapple with this issue. But still a bit of noise in my head. My question of wondering how many we are talking about commercializing
Thank you, Dr. Ranger, for putting up everything, laying everything out. I'm wondering, before we even talk of like, how many of us have innovation students have an idea, the faculty have an idea. We don't have a place to get that. The level that it is, the level that we can provide rather than taking to the market. Not what university, what it is. Number two is we're talking academic. I'm not so sure how Kenya is also talking industry, but we can link academia to industry. Dr. Karanja agree with me that in Kenya we have a lot of research around bioactive compounds or various diseases, infectious diseases in the country. How many pharma companies, pharmaceutical, are in position to support such arrangement? And this is what's only going on every, we go everywhere. Medicinal chemistry is all over in all universities. So we need now to think like how to bring, because the ecosystem is there, but the facts are there, but it's connected. Thank you. And this means I'm also here. These are very important I just mentioned some issues, the quick data we should address. I also do that issue that those issues that mentioned. One, we can't run away from 2% budget going to this side. National institutions, something valuable in accounting and NRL, cannot run away from that and say nothing. That's one. Two, you have mentioned something very important. This is an example. AstraZeneca, they're asking how come the institutions benefited. Also, benefited mentioned, I don't know who benefited mentioned from any vaccine. You have to ask that question. Not just to say it's still advantage, they should do something. There's something fundamental wrong with the way they are functioning. The research framework. Research started functioning, and you cannot get into those networks to the point where there is no constitutional benefit. That can also be very specific. When the British Council, they don't think they don't, they can't. They have their own agenda. Some parts do their best, very clear. It's not okay. So as we can how to commercialize, we must have a very clear vision that we are not operating the mind and the other. So that's what we are doing. That is why there's a language when you clearly, if you analyze yourself further, the communication and the balance is the African here. The other part, we come from a situation where we are, we have to ask ourselves as a country, we need partnership with the industry. What level of development is the industry? And in the research we are talking about one thing, the level where it can actually be approved by our industry. What is this goal? We do nano research, nanotherapy research, and all that. We have just been clear establish a commercial enterprise. So we have to ask ourselves that. And if we have, if we identify industries, we can then ask the university, what is it to bring what a function of data? The function of data, where is that? If we don't going to a certain kind of research, even our industries are at that level. And we can use our resources. Our agenda, because it's based on publication, which is peer reviewed in US and other places, that's not always aligned with what we need. And that now also has there's a whole list of almost there's confusion.
Yes, Isaac Mungo, DBC, Corporate Development, Research and Innovation at the Corporate University of Kenya. I have two comments. First one, to what Tony in the morning. Some of the VCs in the room also talk about lack of funding, among other things, research. But I wanted to focus on another problem, which is related to access of funds. And I'll give an example. Over the last more than 1 year, I've been following up on a grant. It comes in and government needs to sign, in general needs to sign, and yes, we need to sign. Yes, president needs to sign. What through that process? A whole year going through a process. Sometimes, we have at the grant council, and then we have it, open. Those, administrative bottlenecks, I think perhaps we need to address them just to see how well, we can navigate this, funding problem. Because it's coming in, it was in risk. So it's an issue perhaps we need to address and perhaps come with a solution out of it. The second one relates to what Robert mentioned, a meeting of mindset in order to bring about a change of mindset. And I do think concur with you that many academic institutions do not have a business model, but rather we focus more on academic. So a very, almost standard question we ask our students when they are defending their, their projects, their, findings, is what further research are you going to do out of this work? What new research questions arise? We never ask, how do we translate this into, products
So we are much more focused on, battery. Instead of then trying to find a balance between business model so that you can commercialize the findings or an academic model. No wonder that now we are trying to decide, nanotechnology. We have moved so far ahead that we have left industry behind. So we are into nanotechnology and then we are coming up with these findings and it's like, okay, how do we then now bring back to the industry? And then lastly, I think a question to again Tony, in terms of harnessing innovations. In the morning we talked about centers, institutions, from material institutions, and also maybe you could also perhaps talk a little more on how or what mechanisms you put in place to harvest innovations from the general public. It's easier to go to an academic institution, it might be easier to go to a research institution, to an activity institution. How do we harvest innovations from the general public? Because there's a lot of innovation that goes on, because that's where the rubber meets the road. Yeah, thank you very much. This is a very important statement. We appreciate your leadership. Coming board, British Council, and your presentation from the people. I want to thank you very much. What I would like to mention was a presentation by CPA this month. We appreciate it. It was a wonderful presentation, but maybe I missed part of it. I would like to know, because actually it was emphasis on public institutions, and maybe public research. Maybe that should be clearly explained where the private sector or private institutions are accommodated in that institution, so that we know that whether they are also part of it or they are not. And then we would also, we would like to demystify some of the statements. There are some statements that maybe funding is going to private institutions, private universities. I want to mention that actually private universities are not funded by government. They are not funded by government. Because the major funds that private universities are getting is for the government-sponsored students in place in private universities. They are not funded by the government. So this has to be very clear. And secondly, we would like also to mention that as far as funding is concerned, especially in even funding that goes to government-sponsored students in private universities, it is, the total budget I think is around 42 million, maybe if I'm not right, if I'm right, 42 billion for all universities, and only 2 billion have been budgeted for government-sponsored students in private universities. This is only the amount of fees. It is the amount of fees for students that are placed in private universities. And even that, they are underfunded. Those students are underfunded. And in fact, private institutions are suffering because you realize they are not getting it on that one. So the next aspect, I realized also that funding all over the world is declining, especially in the UK. All over the world, funding is declining. And when funding is declining, I took this one public university in the US, Arizona State University. And I realized that the president of that institution is a university, but they are focusing on those. So I think public in government is always declining. The presentation the statements you made, Tony and Vilgo, actually they are very realistic. And I've been looking also to apply those. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I understand. Yeah.
Targeting that by the other 15 of them,
Thank you for allowing us to contributing us to convergence here for this meeting. I'm Rose Nyanga from Maseno University, current judge of partnerships, research and innovation. And I also worked in Kenya at the conception stages for 3 years before I went to Maseno. So I understand what Kenya is going through now. I'm happy that there are a lot of improvements from the time I left. Now, I just want to concur with that we should be more about the system instead of being worried about the funds. Because we have enough money in Kenya, let alone what is coming from outside. But my worry is that our system, because it's the national education system, but we are not talking the same language, just like was also mentioned by we are not talking the same language. So I would advise the director that for all the years, the 1,000 innovations, start with strengthening the system. And you are the owner, you are the owner, so you are the one. So work in keeping and demand the share of innovation that they are supposed to be. Work into team and convince them that universities are not innovating enough. So can you just, instead of you talking about publishing for promotion, can you outright mention commercialization of innovation for promotion? Those are just examples. Then, for example, the board of NRS is very Kenyan. And it says that some fund is set aside for innovations, like research. But like-minded donors, we are warning that most of the donors come with their own. I don't think it's 100%. Because we have ICPE. ICPE is funding local research that is very practical. We have 3 projects in Maseno University under the Innovate that are very practical and are already giving results that are very practical at the local level. So get like-minded donors like ICPE and talk to them so that they can give you money for innovations and apply to them. So in this case, you will be strengthening the system by making them talk about the national innovation system. Then from there, we can now talk about funding. Funding will generally come once the systems are working. So, for example, people will use their money to do their part of the bargain. People will use their own resources. The funders will also bring in resources. At the end of the day, we have more than enough money. Then the other thing that I noted was Dr. Karanya's presentation, where he mentioned something about investors or what we call the venture capital. This is something that I heard about it when I joined the government in 2006. The stuff that is still going on. You mentioned it, but you did not give the reasons why we don't have to do it. Can you be able to explain that?
We have, okay. Yeah, 2 minutes. You can react. Ah, yeah.
Okay, my name is Anna from Bomet University College. I'm the principal. Thanks, Tony, for visiting Bomet. This training will tell people that you are going around an ambassador to say you came and you spend actually 4 hours. 4 hours on your way to Bomet. When you came to Bomet. My question is that I know the funding board has already said we need to look for ways, but the issue I have is the whole ecosystem, the foundation of research and innovation. And I think we are also not getting it very right. We are having a lot of emphasis only on undergraduate training, but we are not having emphasis on postgraduate training, which globally is the foundation of research. And we're actually doing it in a very apartheid manner. These are the people we look at it as weekend, evening classes, they're working, you meet them, even a lecturer, you might not even know who is the student because you don't have time. That's my case in the US. And I have to sit every day with my professor in class. He will always recognize me. He will be teaching that class, and I have also to give remarks in that class. So that mentorship keeps coming up, but here we are only supervising postgraduates. And if we do not mentor them, then we are not going to create an ecosystem that will produce research leaders. I think also when I did my master's in the University of Nairobi, I was a beneficiary of staff development. And when we come in the afternoon, this is one area we should look at. If we cannot pass staff development and mentor postgraduates who can take over, who's going to do the innovation? Even if we do the partnership, and I put somebody from outside, I'm trying to bring 2 archive professors at Bomet. It's a very small university. The migration bottlenecks, by the time you finish, the 6 months is gone. It just can't work. What we need to do is that we need to put this idea, cultivate our own research leaders, measure them, and they take over and do the research. This is one problem that I have. My other last comment is that, and I'm looking at the strategy that Stone has, which is very good, I've seen the area of resource mobilization, but I've not seen the area of resource sharing. It is one way to mobilize resources, and you hold them to yourself. Also be open and also encourage resource sharing. Before I went, I've been in the university and there was a queue, and I think most of the people in the room at the university knew me. When I did the national audit of all the universities in this country, I never saw anything on resource sharing. I went ahead as one of the recommendations, and it is there if you look at the university standards and guidelines, and we even suggested to employ visiting and adjunct academic staff. You can't need them for a whole year, even for 1 week. I think I've only seen 4 universities that have ever attended, including myself. So let us share what we have so that we open up I would really like Gomet is young. The Centers of Excellence open up, and I want to thank Professor Gomez. Recently, even sent a staff for 2 weeks to Gomet. And the training the young lecturers on research thinking. We can do that. And then we don't blame and we don't white out. My last comment also is that in this country, I think when we think about infrastructure, what comes in our mind is mortar, stone bricks, and mortar. I'm trying to put containers and turn them. I'm almost finishing them up and start them to be the incubation centers for research. But I've even been reported, including intelligence, that I'm eating money and now I'm just bringing my body. We need to start being innovative and thinking what is infrastructure. Thank you very much.
We can guide how we manage it.
All right. We've made good use of time, I think, because we've managed the break and the reactions. Some of the responses will be captured in the next panel or the next session, where we have 2 case studies, one from private university and another from Cambridge. So I'd shelve some of them for that session, and some will also be handled in the afternoon around funding and all of that. I want to give a chance to Dr. Karanja to respond, just in no particular order, and then to Tony, and then I'll close before we move to the next part.
First of all, thank you so much for your kind remarks on my talk after stealing so much time and inviting me again, give me a microphone. I didn't expect to be handed the microphone so quickly. So a few interesting questions and observations were made. And I think, gentlemen, I didn't get your name, sir, but you are very profound thinking in terms of what are we doing and why, and where does it fit in the value chain. And there's one big one that you actually highlighted that I think, I just felt I wanted to shout about what stage is our industry at, vis-a-vis what research are we doing, and how do we bridge that disconnect? That's why I'm here. So the reality is, for a lot of the research we're doing, the industry does not exist on this continent. We have to accept that. We're not South Africa. But does it mean we stop doing the research? No. What it means is that for you to commercialize that research, you, the academician, also needs to understand how to wear the entrepreneurial hat. You need to become a startup. For me as an investor, there's 2 things that we look at critically. The first one is, what's the opportunity? But even more critically, we want to understand what's the risk. Now, if I gave you the patent for any of those COVID vaccines today, and I told you, go into the lab, recreate this vaccine, chances of you being able to do it are next to nil. Why? Most of the IP is not what's stated. The biggest part of it is the know-how. So for me to be able to invest in a technology, I also appreciate that big fact that if I don't see the inventor at the forefront of de-risking the technology, it's only you who understands what you invented. It's only you who can actually de-risk it from a technical perspective, and then do the earlier stages of de-risking it at a market perspective. So when you divorce yourself from the equation and you say, I'm going to patent this and I'm going to license, you kill it. Because the risk is just too big for any investor to come on board. The second thing is that even when you look at I work in the biotech sector, so let me talk about the biotech sector. There's only 2 places in the world that I'm aware of where I can do my research in the lab, patent and license. It's in Boston, it's in California, and to some small extent, maybe Oxford. 3 places in the world. Even if I'm in the US and I'm in Chicago, or I'm in wherever other, if I don't spin it off, you'll never get any venture capital funding. So when I talked about how do we stop telling our students, go home, and we appreciate that only us who can feed them, what I meant is that we are the ones who need to become the startup. And the way you do it is you don't quit your job in university or in the research institutions, is you co-create a startup. You become a co-founder with some of these PhD students or postdoc students that we're working with, because they don't have a job, but you're able to bring in some funding through some research grants. But as you hit the valley of death, guess what? You've de-risked it enough that some early stage investors like Grow can actually start funding the startup directly. And if you're able to do it within the university, it means you're not wasting money in the infrastructure. Like she said, you can be thinking frugal. You can leverage the capacity that you already have in your labs. And as you grow, and this is where I was talking about, we need to have a business model as universities of understanding how do we create market value, how do we capture a slice of this market value. The universities that we are benchmarking with actually do not make their money from patenting. They actually make their money through their academia industry linkages. The industry for them is not the established industry, it's the startups. And these startups, as they grow and they move out of those technology parks, and they do their IPOs in NASDAQ and whatever, New York Stock Exchange, LSE, what happens is that they know they're indebted to these universities. If you are not aware, if you look this year, I saw some of the reports about the endowment funds that a lot of these universities we're talking about have, and that they actually were making record. It was a record year for most of them. But where do these endowment funds come from? They come from those startups that tunadharau hapa. We want to start big. So if I'm University of Nairobi, I want to see, if I'm talking of academia, industry linkages, I want to see Safaricom. I want to see AstraZeneca. The reality is it's probably Kamau or Onyango that they don't even have a website started, yet. But the idea they have and the way you nurture them and the way you support them, not demanding this and that, but understanding this is a long-term game. And ultimately, as they grow, they're saying, hold on, to whom do I owe the success? And then you start getting these endowment funds. And then you're able to start investing, and you actually become a venture capital yourself, because a lot of them, what they say that they had a record year this year, is because they're in venture capital, you have the general partner who actually runs the fund, and you have the limited partners who actually bring the money. These guys are actually the limited partners. So that understanding of the value chain of finance, understanding of how to create market value, and understanding your place and how you do it, and how you capture some of it. The person who made money from electricity is not the person who invented electricity. The person who invented the meter. You get me? So we need a business model for each and every institution we have in this place. And that comes from really understanding the fundamentals of how the financial world works, how the market works, and how investors make a return. And seeing yourself as an investor, and stop thinking of academia, industry linkages in terms of big names. If I'm a CEO of Safaricom, Safaricom has its cash cow. My job as a CEO is to not rock the boat, milk that cash cow as much as possible, make my shareholders happy. How likely am I to adopt risky innovations? Next to Neil. Are we together? Startup. And you are the startup.
Thanks very much. I'll observe on a couple of points. Some, I want to wrap them up in what I call innovation strategy for your institution. And this is the question of postgraduate training. Anchor it on what is your innovation strategy. And the reason why we actually called all of us in the room is because we are the ones who own the key to defining the strategy of the institution. How much of it we're going to do, I'm not going to determine as Kenya. You will determine as the head of institution. By and large, of course, you get your stakeholders in the room. The innovation strategy then defines where am I now? Where do I want to go 10 years down the road? Or where do I want the institutions to go down the road in the context of innovation? Startups, patents, whatever that may be. That answers the question, I don't have an innovation hub today. My question to you would be, what is your innovation strategy? Where do you really want to go? Then say, okay, for me, in the next 2 years, these are the things I want to put in place. And then we can speak to Kenya, NRF, and so on and so forth, and how to support that step. We'll all be at different levels, but then we must have our innovation strategy, whether written or inherent that's a subjective discussion. But I think each of us needs to have a sense of where do I want to go? What do I prioritize now? I don't want to compare myself to Cambridge, University of Nairobi, whatever. This is me, my institution. These are the things I want to attend to the next 1, 2 years, 3 years, and so forth as we go. That addresses the question around the incubator, whether I don't have. Some institutions have. And I have scanned around, surprisingly, most of them were actually not funded by internal resources. It is a partner who came on board and established, which points to the fact that money is actually not the problem. It is not the problem. There are enough people who want to support. Personally, I set up an innovation hub in University of Nairobi. I had about 50 different partners, never used university funding, never used any university money. And we ran a program, amazing, lots of support. The other point is the process is more administrative, less administrative, but focuses more on less entrepreneurial, but focuses more on academic. And I think that's Professor Nyamongo. Again, it points to what is the innovation strategy of my institution. Because as a leader, I can say, hey, I want problem-based learning. I want us to go in that direction. I want us design thinking, multidisciplinarity. Those are decisions that we can make internally. So that when a student defends their thesis, we ask, okay, is the intellectual property team in the room? Can you guide this team, this student after this? You know, then the questions start shifting more towards creating value out of it. I'll go to the question of commercialization for promotion. Again, what is the university's innovation strategy? What is the research center innovation strategy? Which then says, no, we will add more points to people who have created a startup for promotion. Because you see, as long as people will always think about publication, then there's no large incentive to go beyond the prototype. University funding will be a discussion for afternoon. But then let me also come to Professor Kioni's comment around 2% issue. You know, I have been in government for 1 year now, sitting in the board of NRF. I really want to do my best. I really would like to see this 2% arrive. But I'm starting to realize slowly that a bit of it is also a little bit out of my control. I think we continue working at it. I have seen NRF funding coming down big time. We continue working at it, talk to people who we can, engage as much as we can, National Treasury, Parliament, and so on and so forth. But I've slowly become convicted that there's a lot of work that has to be done. I still also haven't fully answered exactly how we're going to do it. But then I've turned, when I've realized a bit of it is outside my circle of influence, I have turned to what is within my circle of influence. What is within my circle of influence? And all of a sudden, we're starting to grow our budget as Kenya. Somehow, because it's within our circle of influence. So the journey will continue, but at the same time, I'm willing more and more to turn into what is within our circle of influence. I think on harvesting innovations, I agree. We are developing a digital mechanism, Professor Nyamongo observed, for harvesting innovations, and that has to be a digital way of thinking because the country is huge and we're spread all over the place. And we hope that we will deliver. On resource sharing, I want to confirm to you, we are going to raise a lot of money. That I don't doubt. Okay? We're going to raise a lot of money. I have convinced the board, when it was in office, that I want to spend 40, 50, 60% of my time on resource mobilization. Now, the resource sharing is going to be informed. Classic example of how, you see the document I've just shared, is look, I'm looking for institutions that have the systems to convince us that they will translate to what outputs we are looking for. And that's why I want to classify. And that's why I want the innovation strategy from you, which then guides me on how to share the resources. So I think it's mutual. Me, I am promising. I am going to raise money. That one I don't know. Thank you.
I don't know how many of you are signing up for the offer, the early offer from Kenya. Yes, and I'm sure many of you have signed up. I think just Gomet is there. Just one very short reflection from my side. I really like the last comment from Gomet University around the ecosystem. I don't know, maybe it's because of that's my home county, but I really like that. And I think the university is already starting to have that entrepreneurial mindset. Right? That you're saying, okay, you're a small university, but you're not thinking infrastructure in the the typical sense. You're working with what you have. And I really like your idea around resource sharing. And I think, Tony, you hinted something around TTO as a service, so that it's not every university trying to have their own TTO, if it's not possible, but how do we pool together and have a service that is, provided by Kenya? And I really like that idea. We'll move to the next session where we'll hear from 2 case studies, and I hope we'll have more time for reactions. I think we bought a lot of time. Dr. James Kimotho from Kemri.
Good morning, and all protocol observed. It is my pleasure to take you through the Kemri experience of commercializing research output. And I do know that most of you, when you hear Kemri, the last product possibly you heard of was Kemlon. And people normally keep on asking us, where is Kemlon? And the answer is Kemlon failed, but the lesson that we picked from its failure, it is what has taken us this far. Allow me to say that research output commercialization is a very complex subject, and it is one area where I do think that you have to make your decisions on spot. And as possibly you're aware, we have 2 types of innovations. We have what we call incremental innovations and radical innovations. And looking at it, I prefer really talking about incremental innovations, because incremental innovation, it is something that is so close that you can go for at any time. When we talk about incremental innovation, the best example I always like giving is M-Pesa. The way Safaricom started, you see, as just a phone company, but somebody, each and every day, they normally keep on adding, small things that have such a great impact. You wake up, they have Furiza, then after that, they have something else. Therefore, we need to know that we need not to ignore the incremental innovations. Then we have what we call radical innovations. And that one, it will come once in a blue moon. But as a scientist, I am hoping that one day I will wake up and I come up with really big radical innovations. And when it comes to radical innovations, and allow me first of all to just digress a little bit, my view of academia is that, when we are talking about the economy of this nation, I think they should be investing in us more than anybody else. And I have a case of Pfizer. Pfizer is a company that is manufacturing COVID-19 vaccine. And if I can tell you their turnover for that very short time, it is 3.55 trillion Kenya shillings. And our budget for the year 2021-2022 is 3 trillion. Therefore, if we had a Pfizer-like company in Kenya, the company will take care of the whole of our budget, and the issue of borrowing will just disappear. Therefore, the people, if I were to be asked, I would really invest in you, in our universities, and it is going to be the right decision. Then I have said that research output commercialization is a complex issue, and you're going to see that, we have 2 kind of approaches that we have used in Kemri. We have the famous bottom-up approach. Yes, not that political one. And then, and then we have the top-down approach. To Kemri, both approaches, they have worked well for us. There's no single approach that is really better than the other. Let me talk about, some of the products that we have come up with from the bottom-up approach. In this approach, in our innovation center, we get innovation from Cambridge scientists and national scientists, from universities, from wherever innovation is in this country. we are normally open to receive them. And what has happened, we have developed, a product, 2 or 3 products. We have one product that is a molecular biology reagents. We have TAC polymerase, and we have another one, a kit for cell surveillance of Rift Valley fever. Now, when it comes to top-down approach, I think we have done a little bit better there than bottom-up, because there, it is where we have our innovation and innovation center. And what we normally do, and this was a major discovery that we made. We used to do small research and, small research of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, until we discovered one particular secret. And then this time we are doing very well, as I will be alluding to. Because what we did, we found that if you want to make money, just do a very simple thing. Just address a specific national need. And what we have been doing is, we have to see, we study the government system, and we study, our healthcare system, and we do study the deficit, the gaps that are there, and we go for them. And once that one happens, I think, you are able to get revenues from your science, or that is what we did. And in this area of top-down approach, we have 2 kind of models, or approaches. We have an approach that is there to study what I have said, the need, and then we come up with a solution. Then, whenever there's an emergency, national emergency, that is normally the best time for you again as scientists to shine. And there, at that time, I tell you, whatever amount that you need, it is provided. And we did this one during the COVID pandemic outbreak. There we were, and the pandemic was there. And we asked ourselves, what were we supposed to do? And we really came up with protocols very fast, and they were funded again very fast. And what has happened is that, the first thing when it happened, we did not have, a method as a country of assessing the quality of diagnostic kits that were being brought to test our people. And what happened is that we lashed and we went back to science, and we developed a system of evaluating kits. And immediately the government came to us, we became a reference point, and from there they also paid for it. Then, immediately after that, there was the issue of the kits were available out there. But we could hear people murmuring, the tests done in such and such a laboratory, they are long, the other laboratory, they are right. And what happened? We went back to science, and we came up with panels. And from there, we a paper from that, and we resolved that one. And again, they are paying for it. Then this time, we also look at the issue of PCR kits. We said all the kits, PCR kits that we are using currently in this country, they are imported. And we saw an opportunity. And our scientists, they have developed PCR test kits. And Treasury, that is interesting. It was just funded directly by Treasury at a tune of 450 million. Yes, it is there. Now, it's so easy because, you address the need. Go use your science there and address the need. The issue of vital transport media, that one we have done. We are supplying the country with the vital transport media. And also malaria diagnostic, actually it's a presidential directive. And we have been told, Cambridge, you must develop a rapid malaria test, because currently our president, he is the president of Africa Leadership Forum. And as a leader, he told us, he wants to shine. And we have deployed our scientists there. Yeah, but the thing is this, once we do it right, we develop malaria rapid test kits. The government is spending almost $1 billion shillings to buy malaria test kits. What will happen? We'll go into that market. And since we have the goodwill, and also there is a provision in our law that at least 40%, whatever we can produce, the government can procure up to the minimum of 40%. We'll go for that. And then later on, we got another, approach from the government. You see, this country, we need to start manufacturing our own vaccines. And what has happened is that right now we are working with the government to make sure that we establish a plant that will be able to provide this nation with vaccines of its own, especially COVID-19 vaccines and other vaccines. Therefore, we are setting up that facility. And then another approach, the one of addressing the national needs, we have two products that currently KEMSA is Kenya Medical Supply Authority. They are buying from us. And again, we have developed other products like culture media. Now, there is what has been mentioned by the previous speakers, and that is where we want to focus on. And there is a great wealth in that. The issue of triple helix. Dr. Kanaja has mentioned it, but we have reviewed it, and I tell you, we have a gem, we have a lot we can pick from there. And our model, the way it is, universities, research institutions, government, and industry, they must work together like this. And once university, you read, you see, you are the readers here. We can make it. And I'm going to disagree with some of the previous opinion where, we say that universities, possibly, the funds are not available and all the industry is not coming to you. Or else, you are not interacting with the industry. The truth of the matter is, industry, they are there to do commercial, they are there to gain commercial. They are commercial units. And unless you create value yourself, they are not going to allow you to interact with them. But once you create value, you study them, create value, they'll come to you. And what we have done in this area, we have what we call the focus projects that must end up giving a commercializable product. That is, we have that kind of approach. And in this approach, we have our senior scientists who normally write, the big proposal. We call this proposal master's proposals. And the best thing about master proposals, and this one is another area where we have disagreed with our scientists, you don't need to wait for a call for proposal for you to write a proposal. That one is a myth, and it is partly wrong. What you need to do is you write your proposal addressing the need again, and things will work out. And what we have done, we have our scientists who have come up with a master proposal. It's a huge proposal with an objective of achieving a specific objective. For example, we want this country to start manufacturing its own vaccines. Not only manufacturing, we must produce the drug substance itself. And not only the production of drug substance, we must do very high class research and development. And with that, you can see it is a chain. It is a chain for you to achieve this particular objective. There is a chain, of science and scientists involved along the way, and partners and industries and the government. And what is there is this, for example, with the vaccines, we need some people who are working to develop the drug substance. We call it immunogens. We need another group of scientists, and I heard it was mentioned here, who are very good in nanotechnology. They will come and improve now these formulations. Yeah? And then another group of scientists who will come and do a vehicle, develop the vehicle for formulating these vaccines. That is just a cluster of scientists. Then we have another group that will go and carry out animal studies. Then we have another group that will go and carry out studies in primates until we have now our medical doctors who will go and do the clinical trials. And all along the way, you find that we are going to require different specialists all along. Therefore, the main thing here is whatever research that we do, there must be a continuum of research. Because, the problem, some of the research that we do is, it is isolated. You do an isolated research that will die the moment that research is submitted. Therefore, what we have done, we have now the mother master proposal, and in that, we don't have personnel working in Kenya. But what we have in this country, we have our universities. And what we are doing is this. We are getting our students, and we give them now the project, masters and PhDs. They come and develop this product. All this chain. We are going to come to university. We ask you to give us masters, PhD candidates. They come and they do these projects. At that time, we are mentoring them. And it will be one group doing that. After that, the output of this group will be handed to another group. Because this country, I can tell you, we have very bright young people. And some of them, they have managed, already we have started the process. And they are giving us the required output. And then, whatever we come up with, we have the industry. Once we have done everything, we are going to take this one to our industry. And then we must talk to the government. Yeah, you see, that triple helix, it must be there. And what's there with any government, if you can reduce, the cost of medicine in this country, they are going to listen to you. Therefore, this is a kind of the model that we have. And we hope that, it is growing. It's a great model. And it can accommodate so much, because in this country, so many things they have not done. Thank you very much, and may our good Lord bless you. Thank you.
They can review that data instantly and use that data to improve science. And the technology is it's straightforward. This is a picture in the background of a nuclear using for managing university. So it's really interesting for like what technologies are being and they take a picture of all of this once a month. And it provides you with tracing data that and we've done this for a number of different we showed the impact, showed that this is possible in some recent studies where we demonstrated that simple approach of going from paper to digital is possible. It's possible all over the country. It's possible in Malawi, in Uganda, in different places. But now what? And that's where we're really actively working on how do we commercialize this? How do we expand the use of this technology that we think is very powerful and useful for a number of use cases. So currently, this is something that Migori County has put into their annual work plan. So we are funded by the county for delivering this data and providing these improvements. The private sector, where supply chain issues are really a challenge. So we are not only working with healthcare companies, but people like Coke. So there's a very common problem that every time you want to sell Coke or you distribute Coke to a dukawala, you have no idea how much they have sold, and you have no idea how much they need. And they're, even in Nairobi, they don't use apps to try and report that data. And so big companies like Coke or Twiga or Soko Watch or many of these companies that supply dukawalas and even the big grocery stores, they have no idea what is how much of that product is being used, how quickly, and so on. And so they write up with the Bajaj with their products and ask them, how much do you want today from for Blue Band or any other product? And then they unload a carton and the dukawala sells it. And a few days later, again, you take that Bajaj, go back and see how much they're going to take. And this is a very age-old system where you're pushing the products to people who want to sell. And the idea is, can we change this, just like we have changed for community health and commodities in Turkana, can you change that to a pull model? So we understand, so that Coke or any other distributor can understand how much product is going and where, and how much this person is selling at each time. So you know exactly what is happening. And you can do that with paper and a very basic Kibamba phone that you can take a picture, and that data goes as an SMS to the distributor. So it's a very simple tool, but the use cases are really diverse and potentially really revolutionary for a number of industries. And then the third thing I'd like to talk about is the research use. Right? So research is also fundamentally driven by data collection, how much data that you want. And so I'm currently the PI of NIH-funded research for over 6 years, over $5 million, to understand how blood is used in the country. And this is fundamentally driven by the ability that we can capture data on how many units of blood a doctor is ordering for their patient in the ward. Is it for an accident? Is it for maternity? Is it for anemia in a child? We have no idea right now how blood is used in the country. And one way we can make a difference is put in very simple systems that are fit for this market, affordable to this market, go into the workflows very easily without too much change, and give you the data that you need to make improvements. So that's all from the bottom-up perspective. So if you can indulge me, I'd like to just say a little bit about how I think we can try and make more of these systems a reality
in this part of the country. So this is the triple helix model that all of you we've talked about today. So there's the intersection between government, and government's role is around policy, possibly financing. They allow you to access the market in the country and provide some innovation support, like whether it's the university fund or NRF or Kenya. And then there's the academia, where we expect this research to be done. Places like Kemri, where you do R&D. There's incubation that we've talked about. There are spin-offs that you're trying to encourage, and you're doing the education to educate the workforce. And finally, there's the industry, where the actual product gets developed. There's a commercial state of that product, and you deliver the services around that product. You manufacture at scale, or deliver services at scale. And my argument is that for digital innovation in health, this model is not fit for purpose. And I'll tell you that in a second. But I want to just say that this is for digital innovation and global health. These are my areas of interest and expertise. But I think that as a country, we need to recognize where we are at this point. Yes, we might be wanting to make that vaccine or the next drug, but where are the skill sets and where is society moving at this point? And I would argue that digital is really at the center of that. And if we don't embrace digital innovation, we're going to be missing a trick here. Because yes, we can get the seeds to market. Yes, we can develop the drug. These are all things that are important and we have the skills for. But we haven't, I think, in this conference so far, really mentioned digital. And this is what's driving our society, right? You and I are completely changed because of the last 10 years of M-Pesa and Uber and banking and equity loans and M-Shwari. All these things are changing our lives, but we have not tried to embrace this from a research and innovation point of view effectively. And that's why I feel like we need to shift this triple helix slightly. So yes, we are academics. We want to be engaging with the other groups, but I don't think we need to be engaging with national governments here. Because national governments, like the chairman said in the morning, government is a strange thing, and you've spent 6 years trying to get this going, and congratulations. But no entrepreneur is going to spend 6 years trying to push this product forward. And so we need to be able to move fast. And how do we do that? I think we need to work with regional governments, which is a fantastic opportunity in this country, and NGOs, at least in the health sector, and definitely agriculture and many other sectors, because these organizations work almost in lieu of government. They're filling a gap where government is not providing the services that it should or needs to. But importantly, for these NGOs and the regional governments to be meaningful to their citizens, they need to embrace innovation. They're leaner, slightly faster. And academia, so Taita Taveta, Maseno, Bomet, we are there in those regions. These interactions between the local governments, local NGOs, are really important for the local academics to try and foster. And foster in this, with this third circle over there. And we heard from Robert that entrepreneurs are on average 42 years old. I've kind of crossed that age, so I feel like I'm over the hill. But it's really important to recognize that it's not just the students in your universities that are going to innovate. Like Robert said, they don't have that industry experience. Yes, they have some good ideas, but we have to pair that with something. So I would argue that these startups that we want to try and encourage need to have that innate capacity. It's not just about this about the technology, but it's how to get that technology into the market. Right? And this is where I feel like there's a big untapped potential of young technologists who want to engage with societal problems, but don't have the ability to enter a Camry or speak to them, or speak to a Safaricom, or speak to the big industries. So they don't have that capacity. But they also have health experts or specific domain experts who don't know how to use digital tools to make their innovations work. And pairing these up working with local academia who are able to give them access to local markets is a hugely important service that you can provide. And that's what I would love to see in the next Kenya meeting, is this presence of the local governments, the local NGOs, who are going to be the markets where innovation is going to take a bite, take a foothold. So I can't imagine us trying to create a product that's suddenly going to go global if we can't tap into our local market. And that local market access is critically important, and it's going to be provided by the local academia and the local governments, the local NGOs that are there. So that's my take on how the triple helix can actually support the innovation, how we need to try to slightly shift that approach to the right players in this model. So this is my last slide. So thank you very much. I would really like to thank Wilgrow because Wilgrow has been a partner in my journey. And so they've believed in the kind of products that we are developing. They have put money into us, but so have a number of other organizations. And I think this is not going to be, for all these successes that we've had, there are 10 times more applications that I've written that have failed. And so I would really stress that this is a long journey. This is a very painful journey, lots of knocks, lots of failures. But I think there's a really, I feel there's a glimmer of hope. There's a path that I think is important that we can try and follow to success. And getting the ecosystem to work. So Wilgrow is one of the few local organizations that are supporting these innovations. I think they're more growing, but I think it's really important to grow such support organizations. What's amazing is that such support organizations or incubators exist in almost every county. And it's possible for the academics and the entrepreneurs to tap into these support structures like we have for, so Helping Net is the company that I founded and I'm growing right now. And I can only thank Stockholm University Business School immensely for the base that they have given me. Again, the last point I'd like to make is that, yeah, I've had this opportunity in Kenya, and I think that many more people can have this opportunity in the region, from the region in Kenya, because it is such a vibrant space for providing opportunities for innovation. So I must thank Kenya at large for giving me this opportunity to work here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to forget something, so let me just mention it. I'd like to give some directions. Coming a bit late, but just the washrooms. You turn right, and then right again. The ladies at the extreme end, and the gents immediately after you turn the second right. I just forgot about that. Sorry. We'll go into the panel. I think a lot of issues have been surfaced, and I was just trying to go through the strategic priorities of Kenya here and trying to figure, what is it that we haven't discussed. And I think we've discussed all of them. Some of them, I think, more than others, and others have been demystified, I think, or rather have been, we've understood probably the role of Kenya, the role of other partners. But I think right now, I'd like to welcome a panel. Dr. Cecilia Wanjala from Cambridge, Dr. Karanja from Wilgrow, and Professor Margaret Jesang Hutchinson from University of Nairobi. Someone could help me arrange these chairs. Hope you'll all be able to see them. Karibu. Let me just try and find a strategic position. So I think we're getting to the solution part. We want to explore the business case and the models for enhancing commercialization of innovation in universities and research centers, and then we'll go into a Q&A and also some interactions. Dr. Karanja, today you're carrying the private sector by yourself. Yes. But I'm sure others can contribute. We have a research institution with us, Dr. Wanjala Karibu, and the University of Nairobi, Professor Hutchinson. So a very good mix in my view. We'll just start with very quick reactions to just that overall topic. And I'll start with Professor Hutchinson. Just your quick reflections in about 10 minutes, around business models. Dr. Pratap has just talked about, local markets, local funding, just maybe your quick reactions. Oops.
Thank you very much, Secretary, and good afternoon, everyone. I've been asked to share the experiences, and I think this morning, as I listened to the room, I realized that many of the dons who have spoken have actually covered the environment in which we operate in. So I will spend more time looking at areas where I think going forward we need to intervene. Because at the end of the day, if you are looking at the systemic approach to innovation and commercializing the same, you realize that they're in a very difficult terrain. And therefore, in terms of the opportunity, I think look at the university and other research institutions, you realize that we have a very rich resource in the numbers of lecturers, senior lecturers, associate professors. And I must add that when you look at the academia, we actually have the top rate in this country. If not the region, and I can prove that if you go to even international fora, Kenyans are very bright, very brilliant, very innovative. So in terms of the brain power, I think that's a resource, and I think the University of Nairobi has about maybe 50% of the professors in Kenya. And so where there's failure, I think we take the largest, and where there's success, we also celebrate as the largest, the oldest university and so forth. So we take both the positive and also the failure of how we've not been able to innovate. My quick thoughts is that if you look at the ecosystem where we are as a university, you realize that the legal framework that we operate in is not really conducive to innovation. And I think many of the colleagues who have spoken this morning is that if you want to go particularly up the academic ladder, all you need to do is publication. You need publications. And so those publications, there's nothing mentioned about the innovation. Whether you do an innovation or not, that does not count. And you can also look at the CUBE guidelines on the standards and the guidelines that they have in 2014. There's no mention. They say for a PhD, you spend your 4 years or 5 years, depending on how fast you go, and all we need from you are 2 publications in referred journals. Am I right? And if you dare delay, because again, innovations will take long, commercialization will go beyond the life of a student. What innovations are there? So in terms of even the same CUBE guidelines talk about the workload. They push that you must teach at least 6 courses per year. And therefore, there is no equivalent in terms of if you do research and like some analysis, I've just been in the office for 3 months in charge of research innovation and enterprise, only 17% of the academic staff in the University of Nairobi undertake research. I don't know about the other universities, but I'm sure we are almost the same 10%, we are lucky 20%. And therefore, and then the researchers are about 27%. What does that say? We are very teaching intensive as opposed to research intensive. And so how we think we are going to innovate is another, the jury is out there. But anyway, we have celebrations. In the 50 years of the University of Nairobi and in existence, we have about 87 protected innovations. How many are commercialized? I have some notes, but I'm going to only 14 of them have been commercialized. And if you look internally and see what has been commercialized, is only from one college where we have a lot of bean varieties. Now, you saw yesterday's paper, pigeon pea varieties. You will also realize we have the biofuels that we also partnered with Mayor, and I will not say too many details in so many, but we have private sector partner that even wants to have a research and innovation center, because it was saying the graduates that come from the universities are not streetwise. They don't have the entrepreneurial mind. And so I'm happy to report that we have just started a project with the British High Commission where we are looking at changing the mindset in the university. Because even for us who are trained out there, you come into the university, and so if you look at the value chain approach, when you appear into the university, you are looking at, if you get an innovation today, by the way, and so it is like anybody who does research, you are doing it as a side hustle. And therefore, looking at the biofuels and the successful partnership between the University of Nairobi and Mayor Limited, if you ask the person who has since retired, whether he got a benefit, he went back with his one shot back home because there is no framework. So in terms of opportunity, we are now looking at how we can have a policy and a policy framework that supports the researcher while they are in the university and also going beyond. And of course, getting passionate infusion into our teaching, into our research, into our student life, but also it has to start from the earlier stages. So by the time they are coming to the university, they're already thinking, kind of it's something. And of course, I will leave the private sector partner to speak about how the ecosystem there is ready to absorb some of the thinking, the critical leaders coming from the universities. And therefore, in terms of the legal framework, I think we have to start from the Commission of the Universities Act. We have to also have the equivalent. So if you are able to do this and then you can show, then they should give you less teaching so that you can actually have that opportunity to think, to put your energy, to put your mindset, to put your I don't know how I can put it there because I know there's no passionometer in Kenya yet. Maybe they have innovation. But if you are passionate and you have an idea that you can now spend time to nurture it to fruition, and then of course now I'm going to look for a partner. If I spend 5 hours with maybe Qatarians of this world, but the students are of my case. Therefore, again, I'm saying, can we find a mechanism in which we can support our researchers, not just lip service? I know that we talk about how much percent, 23% coming to the universities, but not to education. But maybe most of them are spent at primary, secondary, and maybe nothing comes to the church, and only to pay 48% of our salaries. What comes to the research? Thank you, Nakosti, and I'm happy actually today to say, in terms of innovation, the first innovation week was done by our own doctor, who is here today. And therefore, I think the stirring of the water has already happened, and therefore there's a sense of urgency. If you look at what Dr. John Potter model, Dr. John Potter from Harvard University, he talked about creating a sense of urgency. And I think today we are here as colleagues, as partners, none smaller than the other, to inquire of this critical element. How can we develop our communities, our generation, to determine the agenda of innovations and commercialization going forward? And therefore, this, I see this as very timely, but also then say, what are some of those, and not the entire value chain. So we're not looking holistically, and I speak to the policies later on, but I think I've spent my 4 minutes to say, what are those critical areas where we can say, as a value chain, we are working as a system, we have a systemic approach, and then moving forward to deliver results, not just for the sake of saying we have innovation, but also having impact and transforming our societies to be world class, just where the universities are world class university committed to scholarly excellence.
Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Somebody to spray this?
Yes. Is there another microphone? A third one? A third one? There are only 2. Okay, so maybe we'll move to Dr. Wanjala in the meantime. So we've had the perspective from the university, the incentive framework is very different. The reward system is, how much you're teaching, how many students you're churning out, how many papers you're publishing, etc. What are some of your reactions?
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Cecilia Wandela. I work at Kenya Medical Research Institute. I'm a pharmacist by training, an entrepreneur by mindset, here from University of Nairobi. I'm here sharing my experience. When I joined Kenya 6 years ago, I was employed to do the research output commercialization. It was very challenging. There was no structure. Not any different, I think, from what we have in the universities, and yet I was supposed to give results. I remember sharing with my colleague who was just presented here, Dr. Modo. Yes, we have very good innovation, and it is true they enticed me to join them because they said they have very good innovations. In fact, they said they had products and they wanted them in the market. What I was supposed to do is to help put these products in the market. What is there? What do I find? It's the same vehicle that has been talked here, ready to move, but we cannot engage the gear. What do we do? For a whole year, we sat down planning, and allow me to share here that yes, we did a plan. We said that by the year 2019, we shall be running 1 billion in turnover. We became the laughing stock in the institute. Because looking at the capacity installed, it didn't look possible. We looked like dreamers. How do you do it? The production unit in Camry, capacity production for the two key products that were already there, would not be able to turn 1 billion in the little time that we were projecting of 3 years. So what we did, and I'm talking to the triple X. We were thinking around ourselves, what would be the best way to get around this? We actually thought that we were going to get into a public-private partnership. And so we, through the Ministry of Health, got into talking with the advisor who was helping us try and draft a public-private partnership to realize our dream. When we got the first comment from Ministry of Health, we are talking manufacturing because we are talking about manufacturing. You are mandated. You have research. So why are you not with your mandate? We were also told that the Public-Private Partnership Act doesn't address any investment that is below 5 billion. There was no way we were going to stretch a production unit for sanitizers and contaminants 5 billion. So we seem to have hit us. Again, or I think Tom has mentioned about the public-private partnership not addressing innovation. There is need to look at it and see how the public-private partnership of this country Act 2013 can be maybe revised to be able to accommodate innovation and research output commercialization, especially in the health sector. Because I think it was much more on infrastructure, building of SDR and roads and electricity. When we come to health research, so again, we are the ones who went to local. So to comment on whether the local industry is ready to take our research and innovations, I think I can say yes. They are. We only need to find where is the meeting, where is the convergence. And how do we engage with them? If you're in a public research institution like that, or you're in a public university like most of us are, and we have to use the public procurement and disposal act. So we contracted, ensuring that there is a clause that is favoring our interest in ensuring that there is quality in production. And all this was being informed by data. Very simple research that we did in 2015 on the efficacy of bacterial anthrax in this country. And the findings are published, that most of them were failing. And therefore we had developed one which was efficacious standard of the ones that were being preferred by our private hospitals. The market for our innovations. How do you access it? The private sector is, I think, is more advanced when it comes to market because most of our budgets are training. Therefore, even as we have our innovations and we want to reach the market, we don't have a marketing budget. How did we do it? When we spend into budgets, but we have a marketing vision. If you're going to think commercialization from your university or from research, marketing is of essence. So we had a small marketing division with a very small budget. We worked creatively, innovatively around it. And we made sure that we sensitized all the hospitals in this country that we have a good sanitary. Then, in 2020, at this March, the first case of COVID was and the product became the most sought after commodity in this country. And there we were. We had, over the years, been struggling with something which was not rocket science, not simple science, but we had refined the product. And we had done the marketing at very restrained conditions. And we had even a capacity to produce. So when we were not able to import, we at Kempi were providing the solution. I remember we even got a presidential directive to ensure that all the government agencies were sanitized, and we did it. So it was time for us to reap from our work. But again, as we went and we found some of the inputs are not available. Can we imagine? In this country, there was nobody who was doing what was at the time, thermoplastics, and also even the pump that we used to deliver. They were not there. They are being imported from China. They remember it. I remember one engineering firm walking into my office at Kempi saying, "What can we do?" I said, "I want a pump to be able to package this sanitary." They didn't have it. But they challenged them, and today they have it. Today they've done it, and they're even going into the production. So in a nutshell, that has been my experience in commercialization. But the message that I took from the whole experience is that even very simple product, even very simple innovation can become very important, especially when they address a certain in our public health system. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Experience, and I can see, Robert, you are nodding. I'm sure you could relate to some of those Cambridge experiences, and I think what has come out for me from both conversations is just the investment in R&D. The length of time it takes. I think maybe we need to think about patient funding. And I'm kind of reminded, to a certain extent about the BioNTech. I think BioNTech founders, by the time COVID happened, they had been doing this for a very long time. So we'll move to you just to give us your perspective on the private sector.
I think, as you know, I do agree, but I know a lot of those, what I was talking about, where is the low infrastructure? Why are we just having the public procurement and disposal act? You can hear the pain. And what she does, she's very kind. Because she found it was me. Troublemaker, couldn't figure out why and me, why is the discount moving forward? And a lot of engagement in terms of trying to brainstorm what's happening, what's wrong. And I think some of the things that she mentioned, I think just to kind of go back to the question of language, how do we see? So she talked about, yes, we've done the research, you need to be able to understand what is the market. You get the funding for the science from who? Welcome Trust, Gates Foundation, and of course, who funds you for market research? Then the second question is also, who funds you to even now move from the lab scale proof of concept to something that you de-risk? Because the other things you did mention is the marketing leakage for technologically de-risking the innovation. So there's actually a production facility. I think when it was set up, it was about $10 million. I think now we kept on adding and adding. They've done a huge investment of 10 billion right now. But immediately look at it, the capacity that is there, the ability to do pilot manufacturing makes, that convergence where, how do you de-risk something to the point where every sector now says, yes, we see the opportunity, and the risks have actually been mitigated. And then the second part of it is also the robots. I think you had a mention about the idea of, yes, we are getting you to do contract manufacturing to do this, but on the other hand, there's a role for Henry in terms of quality. So Henry was worried about the backlash if the product goes and what happens to the Henry brand. So they're able to negotiate a few things in there. So there's some things that I think it's been amazing to watch because it's really been a painful, slow process. Now, my challenge on my part is the idea of where do you get the high risk capital that can enable you to do that initial de-risking from in terms of product development, from proof of concept, plus the pilot manufacturing stuff. That space, you need to work. It's not likely that you're going to get that funding for the people who fund your research. Because to be honest, number one, there's no publication. If you publish anything of all of the standardization work you need for not a single publication. So it's not attracting the scientist because then it's due to your career progression. But if you don't do that, it's too high risk for private sector to take it. And the second thing that is costly, again, there is that value of death, what we call it, when the research funding tapers off and you don't have another source of funding, then there is a challenge. So when we talk about ourselves as an intermediary organization, that's when you want to check it. You want to check it after you have the technical lab level proof of concept and start talking with you. How do we help you? Number one, determine before you go too far, is there a market? What is the value chain that you're playing in? Where should you be targeting in terms of the entry point? How much does it cost you? What's the return on investment if you put in this much in so many years? Such as you start being able to look at it not just from a technical angle, but also from a business angle. Because remember, as I said, it's not just push. The pool needs to happen, the generation of demand. That requires completely different skill sets, requires also different sourcing of capital. Now, the other big challenge that we're having in this ecosystem is that I cannot find Henry. Henry is too big. What I need to understand from an investor is there's a risk of, if I put money in the university or the Henry, how do I trace what happened to the university? So the standard within the investment industry is that we invest in a vehicle that is specifically created to take a certain innovation or technology to market. So when you talk of spin-off company, basically, to me, to academia, it sounds like just create a limited liability company, push it out. But without that single little thing called a limited liability company, there is no entry point for an investor. Why? Because an investor expects a return. Now, if I put the money in Henry to help her with the market research, the challenge is that actually I tried. I came to them and they said, I talked to the director general, I said, we can see the COVID is happening. We know you guys have a solution. Can we fund you? To this day, I never gotten a response from They were willing to receive the money, but they won't receive it as a grant. The question is, okay, fine. Even if I give it to you as a grant, how do I know that there is a mechanism to actually take it up? Because I need to see the vehicle that's going to take it. And the second thing is that what we do as an investor is we expect that our money at some point translates into shares in that vehicle. So that we become co-owners. So we sit on the board, and then we probably have, have more confidence in terms of how the money is managed. Investors typically would even dictate who's the CFO. CEO, Chief Scientific Officer, we are not supervising, we know you know your stuff. But our job is to be able to take this company, it's a startup, it's a fledgling. When we come in, it's very messy. because you are used to working in organizations where there's a financial policy, there's an HR policy, there's a procurement policy. The startup, when it's created, it has nothing. We create all those things from scratch, but ensure that it allows this startup to explore the market. So not having a spin-off company is the first challenge, the first disconnect between academia and private sector. And then the second thing is looking at this private sector again. I already have talked about private sector in the sense of the investor. Then they look at private sector in the sense of that startup. How does that startup relate to them? How does that startup relate to the university? So if you look at, for example, what's happening with the biobank company, that's exactly what has been needed for the longest time. Look at presidential directive to get Cambridge to actually appreciate that no matter how much money you can bring in for the R&D, there is a value of debt that market research, generating demand in that marketplace, you will not get from public. Whether it is public of Kenya, government, or public of the philanthropic, about this other places to get out. You need private capital. Then the second thing is also need the way the market trades. It's possible to, for example, and this is just, I'm putting it out there, one of the simple things that makes us fail in terms of commercialization. If I want biobanks to be able to sell the vaccines and the development across the world, I need to set up incentive structures for the salespeople, for the marketing, all the way to the team. Now, if this was happening within Germany, there's a very smart salesperson there, that their commissions will be 3 times what the CEO of Kenya. With our PhDs and our professorship titles, plus that's unacceptable. We will hear that baby. You get the mindset. But you're trying to take the rules and the norms of academia and try to impose them in the private sector setting. It can't work. So there are things we need to be able to understand. How do I anticipate for you to make money as a private sector, a startup that I've created? What do you need to be able to do? What rules do you also operate by? So that I don't come with deal breaker rules or deal breaker negotiating stuff. And the second part again is taking it all the way, as I said earlier. To me, as when I look at what we're really missing, the biggest thing we're missing, so the mindset not being correct. It's just the lack of a business model. Because my question is, and again, when I tell people, universities, within biobanks, what's the need for chemistry? Because at some point, somebody at the board is going to ask. So when you're not able to answer that question here, you're not able to answer that question to the question, the council of university. And you're not taking the time to educate them about how the financial markets work. Because when we talk of this marketplace of ideas, it's not la 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 la. It's a hard-nosed business environment. We have norms, we have rules, we have infrastructure that we work with. So not being able to take the time to study them and appreciate them, so that you also understand where do we come in, how does this whole game play, and how do we what's our electricity meter in all of this. This is also a critical part of the lab. So I think what I'm hearing, and I can say this has been the truth from when I joined Cambridge as a scientist. The science we're doing is spot on. The problem solution fit is perfect. Product market fit, we don't know half of what, we don't even define what market means. Let alone be able to understand whether innovation is going to do product. Then the last part is how do we actually build appropriate business model for the university, for the research. And then the thing is, we need to educate us. Because what's happening is the performance contract, when I look at Cambridge and I look at the university, some of the stuff that still has to do is wrong. If you ask me to be honest, I'm not worried about how many people. Patenting actually in most cases again costs living. And I'll tell you how. If you take an idea and you start patenting it today, just because you want to publish, the reality is Skippy will tell you, come, we'll help you patent and help you do the patent. And I've got nothing against it. But is Skippy going to invest in you so that you can be able to afford to maintain that patent, and also to be able to file patents in all the other relevant markets that it requires for that technology to become a viable investment? The answer is no. But what are we doing? You don't even have any, you don't even know a single investor. But here you've already pulled the trigger on the investment list, on the IP. Because the way IP works, you have, once you file for a patent, you have a 2-year window within which you need to file for PCT. Now, at that point, IP is actually expensive. You need to be strategic enough and market savvy enough to understand that rushing to patent is not the race. It's also understanding how do I even mobilize the resources so that I cannot just get the patent for Kenya, and then what I need to do is cross over in Tanzania and legally copy your IP. Because as an investor, I'm going to understand where the scope of scale. So this conversation, and why I said we need to have this meeting of minds, so that we try and speak to the realities of the market. Because I think Kenya is one of the hottest spaces of the continent in terms of this marketplace of ideas. So it's not an abstract thing I'm talking about. It's stuff that we're living, doing, and myself, as I said, somebody asked where the investors, the receipts are. So it's not at all. Me personally, when I talked of the $1.2 million, those are checks that I've signed. So it's not a myth. And I'm the smallest person that nobody, I think I saw 5 hands when people asked, do you know Bill? You see? So we are not the big whales. Beyond me, as I said, I'm an analyst investor at a small ticket size. The second thing I wanted to say is very
And the last one.
Last one. When I look at how fintech has succeeded in being able to bring in, about $250 million in 2018 coming to Kenya, most of it at the launch. Those guys struggle a lot. And the reason they struggle is because fintech, the barriers of entry is so low. And so for them to be able to absorb $1 million, it takes a long time. Building system structures, showing market. For most of us who are working in agriculture and health, doing the life sciences, as I say, it's actually our core competence. The capex is much higher. Now, for an investor, writing a check of $1 million is actually a waste of time. The cost of structuring the deal, the due diligence, and the fact that you need to get that return within a time limit of 5 to 7 years, is such that none of them is actually going to. And I'm not talking shillings, I'm talking dollars. Actually, we don't even speak energy. So, for you who is in academia, and you're asking where is the money to take my product to market, that's why I'm excited about biobanks. Because for the first time, we're starting to see academia waking up and creating, number one, the vehicle for investment, number two, taking on innovations that actually can absorb that $1 million like this. Because for an investor, what I need to do is to write a check that is big enough, sit down, allow you to take it to market, create the market value, and then sell out my shares within 5 years. We can provide that more than the fintech sector. I think I stopped.
Please. Thank you so much. Every time I see a call from Robert, I have to be sure that I have enough time because it's going to be a long call. Now, you mentioned fintech. This just occurred to me as you're talking, and thinking about scale. And there's a research that we did that showed that most fintechs in Africa take 12 years to achieve scale. 12 years. And then again, I wondered when you were speaking, you're speaking the language of private sector funding, investor, VCs, and the English that you're speaking. I don't know whether it's the English that these people on the other side of the table, of the room, also speak. And so I feel like there's something there that can be done. Because, I think academia understands a different system, they understand different outputs, different incentive frameworks. Private sector understand very different. They're different, but there's an opportunity to do what we were talking about, industry academia linkages. I want to open the floor for Q&A. We've had very good examples, live examples, very recent examples from Kemri, from University of Nairobi, and I think it's an interaction to share among peers, meeting of the minds, really meeting of the minds. Who should we challenge? Whose mindset needs to change? Because here we have Professor Hutchinson, whose office is in charge of, pushing out some of those innovations. So she's already on this side. She's already on this side. But then, how do we enable her? How do we enable more entrepreneurial institutions? Whose mindset do we need to be shifting? So I'd welcome any Q&As, and if you could please just, if you're clear who you want to direct the question to, you could just mention that. Just before we break for lunch. Maybe I'll take 3 questions. I can see Dr. Pratap there.
Hello. I just like Robert is famous for saying a lot. Actually, saying really important things. I think I'm famous for asking questions. So I'm going to play up my strength. So the question is and to Robert to some extent, but one of the things that we see around academic role is the R&D and demonstration of evidence. And we've heard a lot about vaccines, and the kind of evidence that we want over there is quite at a high level. So we need randomized controlled trials that are very expensive and need a lot of planning and takes time. But that level of evidence. And the question really is, do we have academia and academics who understand other types of evidence that can be demonstrated for startups? The much earlier levels of evidence that lead towards randomized controlled trials. My fear is that most of our academic research skills are focused onto randomized controlled trials that are not really fit for purpose for innovation and startups.
Maybe I'll take 2 more, and then Professor, you can respond. There's one here.
My name is Romano, we check with the Pastor Demu. I think mine goes to it's more of a question that most of the universities are going through a lot of challenges. There's a lot of push for universities to be self-sustaining. But my concern is more of the way we African universities are structured, whereby we find most of the young academicians who come into a university, within no time you find yourself becoming part of the management. I think that's where the death of our research capability starts to lie. Because within no time you find yourself either you are doing teaching at administration and less of the research. That's why you find research mostly has been related to the past. And as much as there is a lot of push for us to have innovations, most of us, of course, as students will read the research, not we who are the experts. Most of us will realize even the students themselves are suffering because the mentorship aspect is no longer there. We are too busy even for our students. That research ecosystem is dying slowly, whereby you find you as the PI with your postdocs, with your PhD students and masters. More of a research group is not existent. Students are surviving on their own. Quality also is very low. We are more focused on papers, which we don't know who reads them. The requirement for you to graduate, it's not about who will read your papers, it's about the paper. And if you go back to the history of universities, say we're in the second generation, which is a long time in history, which are research universities, moved on to the universities, and others have gone ahead political universities, and now we have the universities of the future. In the second generation, I think we need to change how universities are managed. Academicians are not necessarily managers. If we are able to separate academics from management, they put a lot of pressure on academicians to focus on their common activities, teaching, research, innovations, but not management. That's something we need to think about very, 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 as fast as we can, because we find private universities are doing well, because then it's a business model. It's more of a business for their survival. Public universities, government, we need more money. Government, we need more money. The government has said that we have no money. So what next for us? Really, really, offices have become still managers who don't do research and innovations. And of course, as we talk of the that's the next thing. The next crisis we are in of CPS. No money from government, no money from university. So I think for me, if academicians are given more room to do what they are supposed to be doing, then they can also deliver on the papers, very high papers, train enough PhD students, also deliver innovation, and also do community service. That's for now, involved in management, we are visiting now. One meeting, next meeting, next meeting, next meeting. Thank you.
The final one from the lady in the middle, and then we'll get the reactions from the panel. This middle table.
Hi everyone. My name is Esther Mondi from the State University, and my question goes to Robert. Before I do my question, I want to know whether many will respond to it. One of the reasons I believe innovations and research is not that good in our universities is because most of the researchers are much more frustrated. They don't know where to go for commercialization. They don't know where to go for licensing. They don't know where to go for patents. Quite a number of us are still very frustrated. We still don't know who is the funding board. So several hearts don't know. They don't know who is keeping. They don't know where to approach them. This is now we are starting to see Kenya exist, because now a lot of activities happening within the organization. I'll give two cases of two innovators I worked with. I know you've seen a USB cable going around. And this young innovator comes to my office as a director of research. I want your university to give me 2 million to be able to keep this project. I present the proposal to my UMB for the management board. They tell me, are you sure? What will happen? The next thing, the innovator is approached by his bank and is given 5 million. What happens to me as the incubator? I know that. We now know to the side, and the cables are out there in the market, but we have heard of the university. That is one. I have another innovative who developed an automatic hand dispenser machine. And you come to him and meet him in our incubation center. To tell you this was the very first one. There was no automatic machine when this COVID came. This was the very first. That is what happens? Does it matter whether innovated as the first one or not? They're out there in the market. So Robert, to you, how do we reduce this time where we have the innovation and the commercialization? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a microphone? Yeah.
Maybe I will start with Dr. Kumar's question. Do we have the right academia in the university? And my answer is yes or no. Yes, in the fact that we have some of the most vibrant business and management science schools in Kenya. Actually, you'll find them giving all the consultancies in Eastern and Central Africa, and even globally, even in the world. So in terms of internet, yes, we do. In terms of whether we have provided for them an ecosystem to operate within the university, that I would say would be where there's an opportunity for us to actually change the ecosystem to support those brilliant minds in terms of the business and management side. And I could spend a little bit of time there, but I'm thinking yes and no, in the sense that, again, we have a very solo mentality, highly competitive university environment, very individualistic, and therefore, so you are in business, you are in lower capital, and in upper capital, this is what we are not. What business do I have with you? So to tap in their brains in terms of the multidisciplinary nature of research, it is just emerging. And that would be another opportunity where we are saying, can we, for example, have one health, one approach where you are thinking about the animal, plant, food, matrix. So there is all this, what I call the innovation paradox, where we have different ideas, but translating them is that because we are very siloed in our mentality. And so if we do the same thing over and over again and expect the same result, different results, we are cheating ourselves. And that's why I love the meeting of minds, because we are saying we have to think differently. So I hope that a little bit opens room for discussion so that we don't spend too much time there, because I know part of my passion is food security, so I know lunch is waiting for us. But back to my friend from Henry University, where I sat in council, I would maybe say all of us, none of us has a monopoly of knowledge on why academia are coming into management. I know personally I was not interested and I was actually headhunted. But if you look at the media every day, who are the people who are applying for these jobs? Actually, the same ones. Remember when we started the UN, the University of Nairobi Enterprise Services, UNES 25 years ago, to try to be the special vehicle to do entrepreneurship on behalf of the university. And the first director will tell you history. When he arrived there, he didn't have a doctor. He was not a doctor, he was not a professor. And the professor said, who is that? So the poor child was on medication, stress, and then he left the university. We are a very different species, and therefore, as professors, sometimes we have this sense of entitlement, and we have an academic angle of inclination that sometimes does not allow us to have humanity and to have a human face in the academic whatever. So I would go back and say, why do we go for these management positions? Is it because it's personal poverty eradication strategy? Is it because we have written the pinnacle of our career and so we think we can do mentorship? So they will also be positive that I can show them how leadership is done differently. I do not know the motivation because I'm one of them. But I'm thinking there would be an opportunity for us to say those, you remember I gave you statistics, only 17% of us are doing research. So if you take, I know they take the most active, the most brilliant, the most visible, and the ones who are taken to management, but what are the other 80% doing? We have not answered that question. So if we can have a critical mass of like-minded individuals who are passionate about innovation, then maybe we can go somewhere. So the answer is not very clear, but I hope you get the gist of my thinking that what motivates us to management is because there's no other route to being, because I'm happy that there are no parliamentarians here. They will say, "Everybody work for your too." So that's why we are thinking of how we can translate these bright ideas in our minds and make them commercial, so that we are not the laughing stock in the villages until you are in Nairobi. And by the way, before I forget, I don't know, but I'm trying to analyze the data in terms of what was the age of the innovator by the time they were innovating. And I'm sorry to tell you, 50 to 60 years, no, 60 to 70 years is our peak area. And then they tell you must go home now. And so I have one more has 2 great ideas, and he's so afraid. So he asked me, Professor, what do I do? Because he said he will lose his innovation to the university, and then he goes home with nothing. So there's that policy framework and legal framework that we must support the researchers to the very end if they are able to But that's my personal view.
Thank you so much. I wish we'd given you the closing remarks. You know, that's sounding call to action. You know?
1 minute.
Now, 1 minute for Dr. Wanjala and 1 minute for Robert. Otherwise, nimewapatia instructions watazima mic. 1 minute for Dr. Wanjala.
I think for me, this meeting on it's a great opportunity. Because when I was doing my MBA thesis at the University, I was writing about this about commercialization. Checking literature to find anything local here was difficult. So I wish that we would be able to push this ahead. When I also checked Kenya, there wasn't anything much. I'm glad that today we are here discussing it. And I'd like to hear the professor say, yes, we should be able to push our ideas, and age should not be a limiting factor. That is when we can innovate. And I'm glad that we are here discussing this. We should be able to take it up and push it to the next level. From the universities, I think we have a lot of information. We have a lot of talent, which is still remains untapped. The mentorship programs, I think it's important. They must be taken as the first low line fruits that we need to nurture, we need to get our students, and we don't kill them by telling them to go and start their enterprises. Like the nature was challenging us. Finally, is that yes, we have what it takes. And when I said in 2015 we were talking about 2 billion turnover, it has come to be. And all our groups are money.
Sana.
1 minute.
Yes.
So maybe I just speak to engaging, but I like the challenge that you posed. So how do you support innovators? To me, the first thing that stood out is that the innovators came to you. And the question I'd ask is, why are they coming to you? And I believe out of all the places that they could have gone, if they started with you, there's some value that they had already seen, and there's some value they already received. And when I talk about, I think that's important, because for me, the way you look at it, it's an issue of glass half full or empty. So when I look at our approach at Build Group, we actually invest a lot in our selection process. And for every one startup, I think we say no, for sure. And the reality is, those of us were saying, you know what, we should probably just do an external assessment of, what are our services like? What do people say about what they like about them? Then we were shocked. The number one appreciation factor of points that we got, people say you're doing an amazing job, was in our selection process. Even those people that we tell no, simply because we tell them the reason we cannot invest in you is 1, 2, 3, 4. If you do this 1, 2, 3, maybe you can have another conversation. And for those that actually even made it into our portfolio, they still ranked the fact that we took them through such a stringent selection process. So whether we give money or not, all I'm saying is that we actually realize we are creating money, a lot of value, without even the money coming. Because it takes more than money to a startup to actually grow. As I say, if especially the young people, they've never worked. How do they even manage the money after they get the loan? Does he know there should be a separation between you and the company? Put yourself on a salary, put a piece of policy in place. Okay, those very simple basic things that you're able to provide. And let's say, go ahead, continue doing. And the second thing I want to provide is that there's a lot of capacity building available for anybody who wants to understand how do I build startups, how do I lead them into that marketplace of ideas I was talking about. And we are partnering a lot with Kenya, but now I'm working the Association of Startup and SME Leaders of Kenya, which is a network we have over 50 of us across the country, working across all different kinds of sectors. So the ability to be able to support in Africa is something that we are see how we can scale up. I believe it's a place that universities can even better. We can find ways of partnering together. And I'm hoping Tony will help us to figure it out because we and within that work I can see that we can now have proper conversation. How we build this knowledge economy? How we build that so that even the early stage investments all the way to where I'm talking about VC that's coming in at $1 million. How do we solve that problem?
Thank you so much. I hope you'll be at the Kenya Innovation Week next week to hear more about startups, commercialization, the whole agenda, and to just get a better understanding. We've come to the end of the sort of first part. I think when we started today and I was hearing the frustrations from the different institutions, I was thinking, boy, now what about this? The poor students in the university, this is what the leadership is saying. But I think this last panel has, given us some concrete ideas, concrete solutions, and some hope, I must say. I think just 3 things from my side. Well, not speaking on behalf of, but just from a perspective of, development funding. I think I've gotten a challenge around how we fund research and how we fund projects. Just that, innovation, we've heard, and we've even COVID-19. Innovation needs a multidisciplinary whole of ecosystem approach. If you're in health and you want to manufacture your health output or your health product, there's manufacturing, there's a market, there's all these things, there's tax, there's finance, so I think for us is when we fund research, we need to think about how to incentivize people to work across different teams. The other thing is around uptake. I think when we put out a TOR, we always talk about uptake, but we don't necessarily provide some funding for uptake. So I'm also getting that challenge. And finally, the communications and the sort of dissemination. So when I also look back at this, I feel like we've covered the 6 strategic priorities of Kenya, and I think this is just the beginning. Thank you so much.
Makofi kwa wote getting covered some ground. How many of us feel that it was worth the time today? Feel that it was worth the time being here? Thank you. That justifies continuous effort, isn't it? Now, how many of us feel this should not be the end of it? Okay. Thank you. So here's the plan. Here's the plan. We are going to assemble next year for a 2-day commercialization leadership summit. In church they say amen. Then people respond. Because we want to build on this foundation that we're constructing. We got a chance to have one private sector representative and a development partner and so on and so forth. Our next target is let's get that Safaricom that we were talking about. All right? Let's get that Konza in the room. Let's get that bank, in the room. That we can do. Kenya can do that. All right? Second point I'd like to make is, Camry has really impressed me. For me, honestly speaking. That target that was said, was it 2 billion of turnover? Someone believed. It looked nonsensical and unreasonable on day one. It's like a dream. But somewhere along the way, it became true. Isn't it? Now, how many universities, if I give you 2 billion a year, you will be fine. Okay, so my point being, and Chairman, I am actually observing this. For me, I've made a promise. In 3 years, we'll be running an annual turnover of 1 billion. As Kenya. Where it's going to come from, God knows, but we will get there. I think each of us, if we set those kind of targets, and that's why I spoke about the innovation strategy, which clearly defines for us where do we want to be 5 years from now in a quantifiable manner, and then we start building. Sometimes we get confused, that's okay, but as long as we keep an eye on the horizon. I hope each of us will have some kind of innovation strategy. By the time we assemble together a year down the road, we see progress as a result of those kind of strategic directions. We are the leaders. Nobody else is going to do it. Correct? Now we're coming up with something called commercialization champions. I wanted to show you something. Where is my team? Yes. This is the reason why you should come back after lunch. We are handing over this program to University Funding Board in the afternoon. But one of the things we want to do for everyone who is in the room is to give you something like this. It's called Kenya Commercialization Champion. Unaenda unaweka kwa meza yako on your table, okay? And you put pens, all right? And when people come, they ask you, so what are you doing about this? That makes sense, right? So please come back. You take responsibility. You know the power of making commitments is that somehow you go and sleep and think about it, isn't it? So we're going to make you make the commitment that you will champion, and then you try to translate that into some tangible things. Kenya is available to support as well as any other partners for you to make progress. Partnerships is something Kenya is going to do. Someone asked about partnerships. We got Vilgro here, and all of us are surprised that Vilgro was that available and useful. In Kenya Innovation Week, we've nailed over 40 of them. They are there.